Okay, we're back. Yeah, of course. Dag would nub first, of course. I like how high tech just takes theirs. Just like, I accept this. It's fine. Alright. Alright. It should be working. It says that everything is okay on Sound Alert's end. I'm not sure about my chat box. Okay. Okay. Chat box is working now again. Awesome. Awesome. We're good. Okay. Everything's fine now.
Potato, 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 potato.
Alright, we're good! Yay! It works! Alright, we're good. All it took was just closing OBS and reopening it. You know, I honestly should have just double-checked if my sources were working beforehand, but it's typically something you don't really think about too often. I mean, when things typically should not break like that. I guess OBS was just having issues. We're good now, though. God damn it, Dag. Alright, now that we fixed this, we can go ahead and jump into our visual novel and take things from there. There was a lot of things that happened last week in terms of Fruit of Grisaia, and yeah, Amane's little sexcapades going on there with dragging Yuji into closets and just going on summer vacation and having an entire day going at it like 12 fucking times. At least it's like stuff I don't need to know. But, yeah. There was a lot of that happened last time. But I feel like now that we're actually like meandering through that, we finally are going to be we're going to start like delving into like more of Amane's past is the reason why she is the way that she is. I myself know like some of the reasons, just typically what was portrayed in the anime, but it goes into further detail in the actual visual novel. And we're forced to have another ad break. I apologize, everyone. I am so sorry. I'm sorry, Fred. I'm sorry. I need to say sorry like 5 times now. What? What? What, Dag? What? Ugh. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. This is all fine. This is fine. You know, these eyes should just be my default state from now on. These eyes are just default. Should just be defaults at this point. But yeah, I found the tears toggle earlier, and now we have it. What sticky note should I use though? There's a lot of options. We have these eyes too. Still can't figure out how I got a 90 stream streak if you stream 5 days a week, something. I mean, 5 to 6 days a week, it makes sense considering it only counts it when that person goes live. If not, and a day is missed, like, I don't know how it works. I think it's just like with consistent scheduling. It's like the days that you don't go live at all, it doesn't count towards it. It's so weird now that I think about it. Just like, what the fuck? How? How, like, how does it count? God damn it. The math ain't mathing. Hi, Nate. How are you doing today, friend? I hope you're doing well. I feel like, in a way, having this model compared to my other one, it tracks which direction my head is in, and my monitor's on the right that I read chat off of. If I look over here, it just looks like I'm just like this the entire time. Head's just down. I have a hard time facing forward. All right. We are back now. I apologize again. I did not know it would recreate another ad break once I started back up again. Normally, if I close out of OBS and then reopen it, it typically does not jump to another ad break. So I apologize, everyone. We should be okay now. It counts up if you watch a live. It resets if you... Oh, okay. I was overthinking about it. 4 months, though. Yes, that should have been 120 if you're live nearly every day, but taking off, say, 2 days a week, so that's 8 a month. Yeah, absolutely. And with me trying to add on, like, another extra day during the week, which I did forget to mention this yesterday. I will be taking tomorrow off. I think that's kind of what subjected me to feeling kind of blah last week, is just tacking on an extra day of streaming. I feel like if I stream too many days during the week, then I just end up becoming low energy, and I can't really, like, bring a lot to stream in terms of just energy and overall feeling. Like, I don't want to subject myself to further burnout, because I'm not gonna lie, like, I've told you guys about this before. It's just, like, general, like, burnout that I've been feeling because of how often I stream and needing to do it. But at the same time, I still enjoy doing it. But I don't want to like spread myself too thin. And it sucks saying that, but I think what I'll do from now on is just like do surprise streams on Wednesdays versus actually trying to schedule it in, because like I said, I don't want to make promises I can't keep. And I don't want to subject people to feeling disappointment or discontent if I don't stream on that day. So actually, no. Yeah, you're right. Streaks. Damn it! I don't know. Maybe I should just like gauge the feeling on Sundays when I go to make my schedule. Well, here's the thing. It's just like I enjoy streaming. It's just I kind of end up neglecting my own personal things that are going on in real life. But at the same time, it's just like if I don't stream enough, engagement goes down. I don't know. I overthink. That's the problem. I overthink. That's the reality of it. What? Oh yeah, I have these eyes too. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should try to stream for longer during those days instead of 4 hours? I don't know. I want to change up my schedule, but it's just like, how do I do that when the reality is that I'm taking care of a lot in person and I'm the only one that cooks in the house. So it's just like, what do? I hate it here. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and stop yammering on about this and just open up the visual novel. Lumi, thank you for the 15-month resub. I appreciate it. Also, hello, how are you doing? Wait, why are you gonna go quick? Wait, what? No. No, you don't need to tell on me. I'm just being hard on myself. I'm not being overly negative and just like diminishing or demeaning myself. I'm thinking out loud and being overly... No, you know what? I'm not gonna feed into that because I'm just gonna get yelled at. Anyway, let's go ahead and open up the fruit of Grisaia so that we can go ahead and get started so I can stop yammering on about things. Yeah, let's do that. It also might help if I went to my other screen. Display capture. Okay. I have hiccups now. Oh wait, I'm supposed to go on the right side, not the left. What the frick, Mandels? You forgot to cancel the sub? Oh no. I meant to say my right, okay? $40 tier 3. That's a lot of fucking money. Holy shit. I'm on my right. Shut the fuck up, Tag. I am on the right, not the left, okay? Don't do this to me. No. We're not doing this. Shut up! I don't want to talk about it, okay? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Michiru caught on fire and came out practically unscathed. So yeah, about that. Fortuitous that she wasn't injured. Either way, I suppose we're obligated to back her up here. I'll apologize as well. This girl is on fire. I know, right? Classmates have a responsibility to cover for each other's blunders. If she broke something, we'll have to repair it for them. I'll go as our representative. Of course. Where Yuji goes, Amane goes. God damn it. This week went by surprisingly fast. Oh, you mean this past week? Yeah, it actually did, honestly. My Sunday just pretty much went out the fucking window because I spent that day sleeping because I didn't get any sleep the previous night. Chill, kids are cuter when they've got marshmallow fluff where their brains are supposed to be. Oh my god, Machina, please. Since its business had been disrupted just as the festival crowd was beginning to bustle in earnest, I'd been prepared for the storekeeper to be pretty indignant. But when we arrive at the stall, my expectations are turned on their head. Uh-oh. I thought traditionally they did a goldfish scoop. Why is it a turtle scoop? In reference to the fact that you've been home alone the past week? Yeah. Understandable though. It's just like that week of peace and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh shit, it's been a week already? What the hell? Apparently having negotiated a settlement with the turtle stand's owner, Michiru standing in front of the stall, energetically barking for customers. Can't say I've ever seen such vigorous turtle salesmanship before. Oh no. Oh no. Machina's curiosity. Oh no. You know, I can increase my size a little bit. There we go. OBS, please. Thank you. Okay, we should be good now. Hopefully. Of course you would say something about the stroking and squeezing Amane. Like, really? Anyway, I think Michiru's going to find her way through life, even without our help. Your sheer resilience, if nothing else. And so, after a lengthy evening of utter nonsense and pleasant memories, the hour hand of the clock hit 9. As the brilliant lights of the festival began to dim, we returned together to the dorm. Incidentally, a minor discretion. Sachi looked into the matter and discovered that the Mississippi red-eared turtle, popularly known as the green turtle, is perfectly edible if properly processed beforehand. Really, Sachi? Really? You're gonna suggest Okay. Yes, Kissy, hi. How are you? What did I do? What am I getting yelled at for? I didn't do anything wrong. Overdoing it? I plead the fifth, but I have been taking care of myself, okay? I take my vitamins every day. I've been getting enough sleep. I'm being caffeinated in the morning. I can't say much else. I can't say much else. Damn it! Dag, that doesn't mean me not taking care of myself. That's just me thinking out loud and overthinking. There's a stark difference between that and actually doing what it is that I say out loud. I was simply harping on myself for streaming 6 days a week. That's all it was. I was just thinking out loud, okay? It's nothing bad. Ugh. You suck, Dag. You suck! You suck! And now Weisman's interjecting now. I hate it here. I quit. I quit! Okay, Dag, I don't need to know what you do in your free time, okay? I don't need to know these things. I literally just smacked my forehead. I don't know what else to say to you about that. Listen, I'm working on it, okay? I promise. I'm not good at it, but I'm trying, okay? That's all that matters, right? Here, I'll hydrate myself while I, you know. We were just, like, very briefly discussing burnout and... yeah. That's it. Anyway. Great. Now I've lost the context of what's going on here. Oh yeah, they got back to the dorm. I said minor discretion, not digression. Oh right, the talk about the turtle. They're talking about eating turtles. But of course, none of us would put this to the test.
それで、私に何か話があるって。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right, about that. Okay, let me think about how I want to say this.
何よ、難しい話なの?
Yeah, pretty damn awkward.
え、あんたの仕事の話? それなら私は別に。
Oh, right. They were supposed to have a picnic date, and then Yuji got called into work, and they didn't get the chance to, and Amane was, like, super upset. And there was underlying context that Amane was going to do something stupid, but reality is that she tricked Yuji and manipulated him into thinking that she was going to do something stupid, so he ran all the way home. And turns out everything was fine, and she acted like nothing happened. No, it's not my job. It's about you, Amane.
私の? 何?
Amane, let me ask you something, and please hear me out before you take offense. Does the nickname Cockroach mean anything to you? Oh yeah, there was a couple of girls walking down the road and noticed Amane, and they referenced her as being named Cockroach. And talking about how awful of a person she is. Right. Ring any bells?
誰に聞いたの?
At the festival today, I happened to overhear two girls talking. Got the idea they were probably old acquaintances of yours.
そう。
Am I right to think that word has something to do with your past? Well, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to drag anything out of you. It's just, I don't know. If your memories are still causing you some worry or pain, I'd want to do anything I can to help, that's all. Of course, your past is your own business. If you tell me to leave it alone and never bring it up again, I'll accept that and abide by it. You did the same for me, after all. But if by some chance you need to get something off your chest, I'll listen. I'll help you any way I can. Oh my god. I can't read today! What I can do for you probably doesn't amount to much, granted, but I don't have anything else to offer. Tell me, Amane, what should I do? Should I pretend I didn't hear anything and forget about this? No, I don't need a VA today, it's fine. Or is there some way I can help you? I can't figure this out alone. I just had a little bit of brain lag and I was stumbling over my words in my head. Be a wild crow, Gunkin chat. Amane?
そっか。そっか。知られちゃったか。じゃあ仕方がないよね。
I like how that's all she has to say. Let me buy more balls while I'm at it. Amane?
私立滝園学園1年 A 組バスケ部所属風見和樹もちろん知ってるよね。
Oh boy. Memories unlocked.
あの時8月14日バスケットボール部の夏合宿の帰り道彼女を含む14人を乗せたマイクロバスは忽然と姿を消した。
Oh yeah, we are starting.
世に言う滝園学園マイクロバス転落事故。
This is a very, very pivotal moment in Amane's past that holds a high level of importance towards the dynamic between Amane and Yuji.
私はその14人の中の唯一の生き残りよ。
Yeah, it may or may not come now. Yeah, absolutely. Are you serious?
こんなことで嘘は言わないよ。
My elder sister, Kazami Kazuki, when she disappeared, it destroyed my family. And the one girl who lived through that disaster was Amane? That's your past?
そう。私はユージのお姉さんと同級生だった。
Why? Why didn't you?
ごめん。言えなかったんだよ。
Oh, I didn't think we'd be jumping this soon into this past situation. I figured there would have been a little bit more before it goes into this detail. Yeah, this is the giant piece of the puzzle, is the reason why Amane is the way that she is. And also the dynamic between herself and Yuji.
ユージが転入してきた時、風見ユージって名前を聞いた時、すぐに気がついたんだけど、言えなかった。
Damn it. I hate it when I do that. Well, of course she couldn't. I'm the family Kazuki left behind. It must have been a complete bombshell. There's no way you'd be able to figure out a situation like that on the spur of the moment. I see. Yeah, makes sense.
あの時のことはユージも知ってるよね。
Yeah, the general picture at least. August 14th, years and years ago, on the way back from a training camp, the Takizono Academy basketball team's school bus plunged off a cliff. An extensive search was abandoned in failure 14 days after the girls disappeared. But in the end, a single survivor managed to find her own way to safety. It was a widely reported incident at the time. It's hard to believe that was Amane. That lone survivor was a major focus of media attention for some time after the facts. Speculation gave rise to rumors. Many outlets questioned the means by which that single girl had survived in cruel ordeal that claimed the lives of her classmates. In mass media, extreme and shocking news sells. The lone survivor was subjected to vicious gossip on television and in print. They did stop short of publishing her name, probably out of legal concerns rather than ethical ones. Television shows exploited footage of the weeping families as a backdrop for lurid gossip about the deaths of their children. Tabloid magazines published vivid, unsourced descriptions of hellish conditions, using loaded questions and innuendo to suggest the girl had survived only by becoming something less than human. Among those, some articles even discussed the interpersonal dynamics of the doomed team, their relationships. And you're that lone survivor. Hey Jack, how are you doing?
ずる賢く生き残った女狐の言い訳にしか聞こえないと思う。ちょっと待ってもらえる？ユージに見せたいものがあるから。
I'm gonna smack you, Dag. What? Amane leaves my room and 10 long minutes crawl by before she returns. I spend every moment trying to piece together my scrambled thoughts. What the hell is this? When I arrived at Mihama, Amane had already been here for a good year. Of course, Principal Tachibana must have known everything. She knew about all this and didn't say a word, just left me and Amane to sort it out for ourselves. I know she has that non-interference policy, but this feels more like negligence. And there's Sakaki too. She's looked into all of our backgrounds. She obviously knew the facts, and she didn't say a damn word? Hold on, calm down. Consider this from their perspective. What would I have done in their shoes? Yeah, I don't think I could have acted differently. It's too sensitive a problem. The two of us are the only ones who can resolve it. They weren't wrong to act as they did. And if I was in Amane's shoes, if a relative of the classmate who died while I lived transferred into my school, could I have told the truth in that moment straight out? I really don't think so. Had I been in Amane's position, I would have waited, slowly steeled my resolve, tried to find the right moment to confess the truth. That's right. I don't have the right to blame Amane. I would have made the same decision myself. Wait, why are you scared absolutely shitless? What happened? And to tell the truth now, after everything that's happened between us, must have taken an incredible amount of courage on her part. She's downright admirable. Rather than thinking about whether I can blame her, maybe I should be taking a look at myself. Did I just shatter Amane's peace of mind out of nothing more than hypocritical curiosity? I'm...
ごめん、お待たせ。これを見て。
Amane holds out a beaten-up old notebook toward me. The date's written on the cover, a few months of that summer. This is your...
あの日の日記帳だよ。そこに全てのことが書いてある。
Oh boy, this is some heavy stuff to unpack. Are you sure about this?
ユージにはそれを読む権利があると思うから。
Alright, I'll read it.
その日記帳の18ページ目からがあの遭難事故の直後に書かれた日記に該当するわ。
Thank you for the hydrate. That summer, August 14th. I lower my gaze to the diary, its pages well worn from Amane's hands. She clearly reread it many, many times. The contents of those pages left me staggered. Is this... Oh my god, that scared me. Holy shit. I did not expect that screech. When I opened my eyes, I was in darkness. I couldn't see a thing. I blinked repeatedly and slowly counted to 10, but that didn't change. I couldn't even tell if my surroundings were really dark or if my eyes weren't working. In the blackness, so deep I couldn't see the palm of my hand in front of my face, I heard moaning voices from all around me. Oh, your girlfriend wants you to meet her family? Good luck. Painful, hacking coughs, screams of agony, my ears, at least, were functional. I think they did, yeah. As I repeated quiet, calming breaths, the scent of gasoline tickled my nose, and with that stimulation, the haze of confusion lifted slightly. And I remembered that I was inside a bus. Because wasn't there like some form of context of like what happened before the crash happened? They just immediately jumped right into it. Groping around my surroundings, I vaguely realized that I was lying on top of something soft. When I tried to sit up, I hit my head sharply against a seat. I reached up to my eyes to check if my glasses had been knocked crooked, only to discover that they weren't on my face in the first place. I groped around the area frantically. Again, my hand found something strangely soft and warm. Maybe. It was the heat of a living thing. Realizing with a start that I was touching another person, I reflexively jerked my hand back.
気がついた？え、あ、はい。動けるようなら私の上から降りてほしいのだけれど。ごめんなさい。
Finally understanding that someone was pinned under my body, I fumbled in search of a foothold. But the floor my feet were searching for wasn't there.
気をつけて。今はこのバス、天井が壁だから。天井が壁？そう。床も壁。そして今まで壁だったものが、今は床と天井。まあ、そうね。簡単に言えば横転しているのよ。横転。
Oh boy. As I repeated that word out loud in an attempt to process its meaning, further understanding of the situation flooded into my mind. This was the inside of a school bus. On the way back from our summer training camp, our bus had fallen off a cliff, with us still inside.
どうでもいいけれど、早く移動してくださらない？さっきからあなた、私の左腕を踏んでいるのだけれど。ごめんなさい。
Oh, that crunching sound.
不用意に動かないで。ごめんなさい。あなた、それ口癖？後で殴るときに呼び出すから名前を教えなさい。ごめんなさい。冗談よ。私は風見和樹。あなたは？スオーです。スオー、あまね。ああ、スオーさんね。名前と容姿は知っているけど、お話しするのは初めてね。
What a way to meet someone, holy shit.
はい、はじめまして。敬語はいいわ。私も同じ1年生だし。それと、できれば挨拶は後にして、さっさと私の上から降りてくださる？痛くて涙が出てきたわ。ごめんなさい。
Okay, so basically what happened is that Amane turns out to be a singular person who survived a crash that involved Yuji's sister, and now we're going back to a flashback of what happened when Yuji starts reading her diary entry from the day that the accident happened.
5回目。いい？ごめんなさいって言葉は、口にすればするほど言葉の価値が下がるのよ。
Oh god, that's a line I've had delivered to me so often.
じゃないわよ。いいから左にどきなさい。出口はそっちよ。ごめんなさい。
I don't mean to laugh, it's just the whole like being told to not say sorry.
舌打ちしないで謝るから。
I knew the name Kazami Kazuki. It was the name of the top incoming student, the girl who'd been chosen as our class representative to deliver the greeting speech at our entrance ceremony this spring. Kazuki sounds like a boy's name, and the girl herself appeared somewhat absent-minded, always walking around with a sleepy look on her face. And yet, there was something about her that suggested the cold sharpness of a blade. We belonged to the same basketball team and participated in the training camp together. But I had shied away from the foreboding aura she projected, and in the end we hadn't spoken so much as once during the trip. The interior of the bus was scattered with debris, and every foothold was uncertain, but Kazami Kazuki quickly crawled her way through, dragged herself out a shattered window, and turned back to offer her hand to me.
ほら、手を出しなさい。私の手を取るのよ。ありがとう。 どうやらなんとか助かったようね。はい、メガネ。あなたのでしょ？ありがとう。
The moment I replaced the glasses on my head, I drew a harsh breath at the sight of the bus we had been riding in. The roof was smashed, the windows all broken. The vehicle was completely overturned, its belly exposed. White smoke was pouring from the area of the still active engine. We need to get away faster or we'll be in danger. At this rate, the thing might explode. As that fear ran through my mind, Kazami Kazuki glanced briefly at my face with her usual sleepy expression, then snorted slightly.
大丈夫よ。こういった事故で車が爆発するのは映画の中だけだから安心しなさい。
Oh, hi, Phoebe. How are you? Welcome in.
どうして私が考えていることが分かったの？煙を上げるエンジンを見ながら泣きそうな顔しているあなたを見れば子供にでもわかるわ。で、誰から助けましょうか？爆発しないと分かったあなたは次に早くみんなを助けましょうって言い出すと思ったのだけれど、違った？そんなエスパーでも見るような目で私を見ないでよ。私は手早くことを進めたいだけなんだから。
You a wild electrode in chat.
で、誰から助けるの？あなたに決めさせてあげる。1、先生。2、あなたの親友。3、怪我人。あなたなら誰から助ける？
Most censored scenes in the entire game? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised considering like the devastation and everything that happened during this accident. Yeah.
どうして私に決めさせるの？簡単な心理テストのようなものよ。あなたが誰から助けるかであなたがどんな女の子なのかわかると思って。風見さんだったら誰から助けるの？質問に質問を返すのはバカだと思われるからやめなさい。それとそうやって回答を保留にするのも回答とみなすわよ。状況判断能力と決断力のない子だと思われてしまうけれど、それで構わない？
Why do I feel like I'm being attacked by this with every freaking word she says? Oh my god.
まあいいわ。それじゃあ私が決める。まずは部長から助けましょう。どうして部長から？私、あの子が嫌いなのよ。
Because I hate her.
さっきの質問の答えだけど、私は1でも2でも3でもなく4の嫌いな子から助けるわ。4ってずるくない？回答の数を3つに限定した覚えはないけれど、3つの中に正解がなかった時にどう答えるかもテストに含まれているのよ。
Well then.
意地悪クイズみたい。それにどうして嫌いな子から助けるの？
Because if they're able-bodied, you can force them to help and they would have no choice.
だって12人もいるのよ。嫌いな子が最後に残ったら絶対に面倒くさいって思うに決まっているじゃない。それが理由？
Or that reasoning works too.
そう。嫌なことはさっさと終わらせたいのよ。私って夏休みの宿題を夏休みに入る前に済ませてしまうぐらいせっかちなの。わかるような、わからないような。
Left is Amane.
わからなくてもいいから、あなたもこっちに来て手伝いなさいな。ごめんなさい。
To be honest, I found it very difficult to understand her thoughts. But I did understand that the word genius was probably created to describe this sort of person. There were 14 people riding on that bus, including the team's advisor. Eventually, 11 people emerged from its wreckage, together with one small dog that belonged to a team member. The remaining 3 were dead. Two were killed instantly when the bus fell. The other, still conscious immediately after the accident, rolled herself into a ball and moaned for 10 minutes before she died. Among the 11 survivors, 4 were wounded. One had broken both her legs. One hand's... Why do I keep wanting to say the word hand? Oh my god. One had struck her head and suffered a laceration. One had received a gash to her abdomen from a sharp object. And the man who should have been our guardian, the teacher who had been our team's advisor, was unconscious and showed no signs of waking. That, more than anything else, filled our hearts with gloom. None of us could get our minds around the situation we were in. Clutching our knees to our chests, we sat on the ground in a daze.
まずは怪我人の手当てをするべきだと私は思うけど、どうかしら。
But that heavy silence was soon broken. Kazami Kazuki spoke in a perfectly normal tone of voice. When I raised my head in response to her clear, firm words, I saw that she was addressing our group's official leader, the team captain.
こんな状況だからこそ、しっかりしてください、先輩。
そうね。言われなくても分かってはいるのだけれど、こんな状況で私たちに何ができるというの？
反論しても？
Oh boy.
どうぞ。
ただ待っていても助けが来る保証なんてどこにもないわ。あなたにこの場を仕切る能力がないのであれば、私が代わりますけど、どうしますか？
勝手なことを言わないで。もしあなたの判断ミスで現状が悪化したら、誰が責任を取ると思ってるの？
Wow.
この後に及んでも責任の所在を気にする余裕はあるのね。
I was gonna say, why worry about something like that in a situation like that? There's more pressing matters.
は？なんですって？よく聞こえないんだけど。
いいえ、別に何も。では、この場はお任せしても？
余計なお気遣いは結構よ。リツ、こっちにいらっしゃい。
あ、はい。なんでしょう。
あなた、ご実家はお医者様よね。
はい、そうですけど。
だったら応急処置ぐらいできるでしょ。すぐに取り掛かって。
そんな無理ですよ。いくら実家が医者だからって私にはそんな知識は。
それでも何も知らない素人よりはマシでしょ。ごちゃごちゃ言わないでやりなさい。
Wow, what a bitch. Ritsu wrung her hands in front of her chest. I completely understood her feelings. Taking on the role of doctor simply because of her parents' occupation, the responsibility was far too grave. It wasn't as though she had inherited their medical skills, and superficial knowledge wouldn't be enough in this situation. The team captain, Takashita Chiaki, and Koide Ritsu, a girl who had always played the role of her devoted underling. As a mere first year, I didn't know much about their relationship, but the fact that I'd never seen Ritsu disobey an order from the captain.
リツ、
Oh my gosh.
同じことを何度も言わせないで。
Memories are resurfacing about how much I hated freaking Ritsu.
はい。じゃあ、
I mean, not Ritsu.
まず広岡さんから。
Yeah. The other girl. I am horrible with names.
何を言っているのよ。
We'll just call her the captain.
広岡さんは両足を骨折して重傷ですし。
Thank you for the hydrate.
いいから、先に先生を見なさい。
はい。
Kazuki watched with the disdainful eyes of a spectator to an ugly farce as Ritsu swallowed her brain.exe has lagged. Anyway, Kazuki watched with the disdainful eyes of a spectator to an ugly farce as Ritsu swallowed her complaints. As our doctor walked away with sagging shoulders, Kazuki approached Sakashita for the second time.
坂下部長、私に周囲の探
Drink
索
the
をする
blood
許
of
可を
your
いただけ
enemies.
ますか？
No.
一人で勝手なことをしないで。どうしてあなたはいつもそうやって集団の輪を乱そうとするの？
スオさん、付き合っていただける？
ちょっと風見さん。
私一人でなければ良いのでしょ。これでも私は気を利かせているのよ。あなたは私がそばにいない方が威張り散らしやすいでしょうし。
I mean, she's not wrong.
それじゃ行くわよ、スオさん。
As I chased after Kazami Kazuki, I saw the captain's expression out of the corner of my eye. She was glaring at me, making no attempt to hide her displeasure. Her eyes asked, "Are you taking that woman's side?" In response, I offered a quick bow with my head. I didn't understand myself whether that gesture was an apology for siding with Kazuki or a silent attempt to convey, "I haven't betrayed you." Either way, some instinct inside me had judged that following Kazami Kazuki was the correct decision. Although I had seen Kazuki for the first time at that entrance ceremony, I had known her name for much longer. When we were grade schoolers, it was well known that an 8-year-old child had taken a special prize at the district painting contest. As the painting had been exhibited among other children's work, that was her only award, but it might well have taken the overall prize otherwise. Our class took a trip to see her piece on display at the district assembly hall. Even with my immature eye for art, I could sense something inexpressible in words from that painting, something that nonetheless moved my heart. And my impression of that work and the name of the genius who painted it were deeply etched into my mind. Kazami Kazuki. She wasn't blessed with talent as a painter alone. She could do anything she tried, anything at all. Well, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but on her first attempts, she could usually produce adequate results. If it was a field she found particularly difficult, it might take 3 days of effort for her to reach average skill. Those were the rumors anyway. According to those who knew her, she lives in a different world, or I can't believe that she's a human being, or she can see things normal people can't. At the time, I was astonished that anyone could inspire such stories, many of which were so overblown that they took on a tinge of the occult. But when we entered the same school in the same year, even joining the same team, the girl appeared perfectly normal, if a little standoffish. Even so, I could vaguely sense that her true nature was somehow different from that of an ordinary person. To be honest, I had avoided her as a result. And now I was alone with her for the first time under these circumstances. Although I followed as instructed, I couldn't find anything to say to her, and she was equally silent. The two of us just trudged on, not exchanging a single word. The ground at our feet was rugged and hard, and rock walls loomed on both sides. When I looked straight up, there was nothing but trees and sky. We seemed to have fallen into some sort of fissure, a crack in the earth. The walls were maybe 10 meters tall at their lowest point. Not so high as to rule out climbing, but on both sides the rock face slanted inward as they rose up, hanging over us. With this pronounced of an overhang, climbing with bare hands seemed impossible, and even with tools it would likely be difficult. Apparently, Kazami Kazuki had been thinking along the same lines. She came to a stop a little ways ahead of me, placed her hand on one of the slanting walls of rock, and began to strike it with a stone she had picked up off the ground.
それで何かわかるの？やっと口を開いたかと思えば、随分とどうでもいいようなことを口にするのね。他にって。そうね。どうやって登るのとか、元の道には戻れないとか。
Why do I feel like there's like some disconnect between the
What? いろいろあるけど。一番聞きたいのは多分、どうして私に声をかけたのじゃないかしら。
Shouldn't there be subtitles right now? Okay, that was weird. Okay, what is that going to tell you? You finally open your mouth to ask me that of all things? Don't you have other questions to ask of me? Other questions? Such as, how can we climb these walls, or perhaps, can we get back to the road, or what should we do next, among many others. Okay, this... Why is this... Huh. What is... It should not be doing this, excuse me? Your girlfriend saved up to buy makeup and tour tickets is fine, but when I want to save up and buy a 10-foot long by 1-foot tall model of the USS Enterprise to make a light for my bedroom, that's considered stupid? As an avid Azerlane fan, and I know a little snippet about the USS Enterprise, fucking buy it. If she's gonna buy makeup or save up for makeup and tour tickets, that's her happiness. Your happiness wanting to get a freaking model of the USS Enterprise, go for it.
当たり
It's still okay, you know what? You know what?
セーブなのよさ
We're gonna save here, and I'm gonna restart the game, because if it's acting up like this,
もうやめちゃうの
there's no way I can get through the rest of this. I'm just gonna restart it. Hopefully this fixes the issue, because this is frustrating. I've never had that happen before.
グリザイアの果実続きからなのよさ
Xbox says their servers are working, but they aren't working. Don't you love it when that happens?
当たり
And it's still happening.
だったらはっきりと答えてあげるそれはあなたが強く言われると断れないタイプだからよ
Is there like
あなたの場合一緒に来て
There, I think we finally caught up and it's fixed now.
来いと命令されたら悩まずに従うでしょ
Meanwhile, Dreepy in chat.
どうしてそう思うの
Okay, maybe not. Why does this feel so off right now?
さっきの心理テストの結果からそう思ったのだけれど違った
Okay, I'm just gonna... No, it's not even that. The subtitles and the audio are not matching. You're right, then I'll tell you straight. I chose you because you're the type who can't refuse when pressured. In your case, when asked, would you like to come along, you'll agonize over your decision, but when ordered, come with me, you'll obey without much thought, yes? Amane answers, what makes you think so? Kazuki, it's a conclusion I drew from the results of our little psych test earlier. Was I mistaken? Is it going to catch up now? Okay. Yes, she was probably right. When my mother asked me, what should we have for our snack today, I would answer, what do you want, mommy? When she simply told me, we're having cakes today, I was relieved because I wouldn't have to choose. Given multiple choices, I would waver indecisively, and when given a single path, I would follow it obediently. That was just my personality. Okay, we're finally... There's less confusion now. We're good now. Now I see why Weissman says I'm more like Amane in terms of just my indecisiveness, because it's just like, I would much rather follow along with what everybody else is doing instead of having to make a decision myself, because, yeah. As she spoke, Kazami Kazuki removed her cell phone from her pocket and looked into the screen. I hurriedly pulled my phone out of my school uniform, but as expected, its screen was also displaying the words no signal. Kazuki turned off her phone immediately and slid it back into her pocket. It wasn't as discouraging as I would have expected to find our cell phones were useless. To tell the truth, I had checked mine soon after escaping the bus. Of course, the screen had also displayed no signal then. Finding that was still the case prompted little more than a feeling of resignation. Well, expected as much. We were within a long tunnel-like crevice, maybe if we just kept following it. Partially because of wishful thinking like that, I wasn't in a state of despair at our situation. Another factor was a strange sense of security that came from being near this girl named Kazami Kazuki. as though I'd found firm, reliable ground to stand on. If I'm with this girl, it'll work out somehow. Her strangely powerful presence let me think such irresponsible thoughts somewhere deep down.
状況はあまり芳しくないわね。
There was a heavily overgrown jungle visible in the direction Kazuki was pointing. It was a dense forest, seemingly devoid of animal life, that seemed to actively refuse human entry. The thick wall of vibrant green almost seemed pleasant at a glance. And yet it was obvious that a single step inside would find you in an environment far too harsh to support human life. Even if you were to advance by hacking through the thick grasses and bushes rising over your head, the distance you could advance in one day would be pretty limited. And in avoiding the tall trees that grew close enough together as to block out the light of day, you'd quickly lose any grasp of your own position anyway.
運が良ければ人の立ち入った痕跡のようなものを発見できるかと思ったのだけれど、これは期待するだけ無駄だったようね。
If there's even one path a human traveled, follow it and you'll find a place where humans live. But the jungle in front of us showed no signs of such intrusion. Even so, I had some hope that we might stand a chance by pushing our way boldly through the woods. But that thought was shattered by what Kazami Kazuki told me next.
これを見てごらんなさい。
She held out a compass we had used at the training camp for orienteering one of our recreational activities. The needle that should have always sought north was pointing in the northwest, and when she turned to face a different direction, it didn't move within the compass.
え、どういうこと？
The compass is borked!
まあ簡単に言ってしまえば針が動いていない、方位自身として機能していないということよ。そんな、どうして？おそらくはデビエーションね。周りの壁を見てごらんなさい。壁？
As I looked up in confusion at the rock face looming above us, she picked up a stone lying at her feet and again struck the wall sharply. Yup. The sound it produced was a high-pitched clinking, like what you might expect from a hard metal surface.
岩壁の一部がガラス化しているわ。おそらく瞬間的な高温にさらされた状態から急激に冷やされてアモルファス化したのね。ごめん、専門的すぎて意味がわからない。火山の溶岩が冷えても似たような状況になるけど、あまりにも広範囲だし、かといってエアバーストにしては規模が小さすぎるし、多分隕石かな。隕石？隕石ってあの隕石？マイクロブラックホールが激突したって可能性はまずないでしょうし、おそらく小規模な隕石が地表に到達する前に爆発して、その飛散した破片の中でも大きめのものがこの周辺に落ちたんじゃないかしら。方位磁石が機能しないのもそれが原因？
I know, right? Meteorite, school bus. What's next? Zombies. The Black Plague. Random diseases. Who the fuck knows at this
多
point?
分ね。飛散した破片に重鉱物が含まれていて、マスコンセントレーション的なスポットをいくつも発生させているんじゃないかしら。そう考えると、この不自然な環境にも納得がいくのよね。あなたはどう思う？どうって言われても。
If Kazami Kazuki thought so, it's probably the truth. At the very least, I wasn't about to come up with any other possibilities.
さてさて、周囲は草も生えない岩場。周りを囲む壁は構造的に這い上がるのは不可能。進める先は人を拒絶するような密林。携帯も通じないし、方位磁石すら機能しない。申し分のない遭難ね。面白くなってきたわ。面白くなってきたって。不謹慎に聞こえたのなら謝るわ。でも私の言葉から余裕が感じられた方が、あなたも余計な不安を感じないで済むかと思って。お気遣いは感謝するけど、他の子の前ではそういう言い回しは避けた方がいいと思う。そうね。
There we go. I feel like I needed to shrink myself down a little bit more so that way some more of the text could pop up on the screen. So my fat head's not covering it. Although she nodded, I didn't feel that she was convinced by my words. Precisely because we were in such a bad situation, a confident leader who could pull off this sort of all-knowing God act would be ideal. But she wasn't the leader of our group. By rank, our teacher was first, the team captain Sakashita was second, and vice captain Okabe was third. Or should have been. But unfortunately, Okabe-senpai had died when the bus fell. Still, a first year like Kazuki had very little say in the team's decisions.
坂下部長、私に命令権を譲ってくれないかしら。その方がいちいち愚信をする手間が省略できて効率がいいと思うのだけれど。ねえ、聞いてもいい？
Big brain my ass. Big brain my ass. One moment. There we go. That's better. That's more suitable.
Mandels, it's time to be nice to yourself.
Kissy!
And pull out a card.
I was just talking about having an overly large head, okay? I mean, look at my model. The body is so tiny. Okay. You have upwards of 5 shuffles, there's 50 cards. Pick your numbers. I'm not insulting myself, I swear. I'm just stating the obvious. Not helping my case with the sticky note on my forehead though. You will something. I will something someone more. What? Word English. English, please. Well, we do have an ad break here anyway, so we're gonna pick this up after. It made no sense though. Listen, bitch. Tell the negative assholes in your head to sit in a corner for a lifelong timeout. Alright. We're gonna take a quick break for ad break. I'm gonna swap over to our BRB screen, put some words on stream up. And yeah. I'll be back after the ad break is done. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, throwing people under the bus, Dag. I see how it is. Would have been back sooner, but had to check on dinner. Why are we getting more people? Why are we getting people that are more terrifying than Kissy? Like, realistically, what exactly is going on that renders needing somebody to step in like that? Like, really? I have no idea. Dai keeps bringing people in that with nothing going on, realistically speaking. It's like, I'm not being mean to myself right now. I'm not saying anything that's self-deprecating. I went on ad break, came back, and all of a sudden Dai's just threatening me. I don't get it. I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't know why he has the need to tell people and feel like I need to be reprimanded like a child. It's like, really? Alright, now we can get back to more of the visual novel. Really, Dag? Really? The whole point is to ingrain it in you that you need to learn to take care of yourself. You'll never learn if you realistically keep running to people and calling out other people for not taking care of themselves just to kind of, you know, meander away from the subject that is you not taking care of yourself. You would much rather tell on other people. So that way you don't get told yourself, hey, shut the fuck up and take care of yourself. You're dodging responsibilities and accountability there, sir. This coming from somebody who does it often as well. Pot me kettle.
何かしら？その坂下部長のことなんだけど、聞きにくいようなこと？そうじゃなくて、もしかして私が今から何を聞こうとしているか想像がついてる？
I'm referencing you, not myself. But even then, no.
は？何？突然。あなた、私のことを神様か何かだと勘違いしてない？ほら、さっき私に心理テストをしたでしょ？ああ、その話？つまり、坂下部長が先生を一番最初に見なさいと言い出したから、心理テスト的にそれがどんな結果になったのか気になるのね。うん、そう。言われなくてもあなたにもなんとなく分かっているでしょ？坂下部長は他者依存の強いタイプよ。いつも自分が中心にいないと気が済まないくせに、自分に責任がかかるような決断を迫られた時にはすぐに背後を振り返って助けを求める人。つまり、ここは私が指揮を取ります。それでよろしいですね、先生って言いたいから、 まずは先生。わかる？なるほど。
Whoops. I move my hand and my model freaks out.
別にそれが悪いとは言わないわよ。学生なんだし、むしろそれが当たり前よね。でも彼女の場合、おそらく学校から出てもあの調子なんでしょうね。家では父親を背後に立たせているんじゃないかしら。そういう子供っぽい優越がすごく鼻につくわ。ごめんなさい。くだらない話を聞かせてしまったわね。
As Kazami Kazuki apologized for babbling, her expression was a cheerful one appropriate for her age. But that bright smile was frightening under the circumstances. I felt sure of it. This person was attached to nothing. She grabbed hold of anything she thought she needed, and she cast aside anything that outlived its necessity. Maybe that was just another part of being a genius. As these thoughts ran through my head, Kazuki suddenly turned her back to me and mumbled a few words.
そうでもないわよ。
At that brief sentence, I felt a chill like cold fingers running down my spine.
何が。そろそろ戻りましょう。私たちだけで逃げ出したと思われても心外だし。
Oh, I already know what to expect, and I'm not looking forward to it. If you compare the human brain to an engine, Kazuki's must have been operating at a far higher RPM than ours. She was constantly maintaining a speed of rotation that would quickly cause a normal person to overheat. I looked down at Kazuki's feet as she walked a few paces ahead of me. She was wearing the standard white sneakers specified by our school. Since the girl cast a shadow and didn't appear to be floating, apparently she wasn't a ghost or other supernatural apparition.
何がおかしいの？ごめんなさい。あなたが今何を考えているのか想像したらおかしくって。でしょうね。気を悪くしないでね。一応言っておくけど、私は幽霊じゃないし、あなたの夢に出てきた神様でもないわよ。
Oh my god.
ああ、その発想はなかったわ。
She's a genius or humans are just that predictable. Or both.
どの発想？あなたがお化けじゃないかとは思ったけど、逆に私が死にかけていて都合のいい夢を見ているとは考えもしなかった。私が言わなくても10分後には考えていたはずよ。変な子。そうね。
Not weird, just
1
eccentric.
歳半の頃、母親にもそう言われたわ。覚えてるの？冗談よ。どこからが？どこからでもお好きなところからどうぞ。
I was actually understanding her less the longer we talked. The one thing I didn't understand was that Kazami Kazuki's jokes aren't funny in the slightest. I mean, it's only funny to her because of her internal monologue that she has. Where it's just like, it's just so predictable as to what people are going to say. She can just pick up on it and then she just laughs to herself. Having returned to the site of the accident, Kazuki and I explained the situation to Captain Sakashita, showing her the compass and its non-functional needle. She didn't stir from the rock she had been sitting on. When we finished her story, she sighed deeply, leaned forward to take her head in her hands, and answered with a brief, "I understand."
それで怪我人の方は？
The captain's only response was to sluggishly raise one hand and point. In the direction she indicated, Koide Ritsu was examining the wounded while trying to hold back her tears.
どうなの、小出さん？
先生には大きな外傷もないし、軽い脳震盪だと思うから、しばらく横になっていれば意識が回復すると思う。広岡さんは左のすねと右の膝を骨折してる。飛び出してはいないけど、両方とも完全骨折。意識はしっかりしてるけど、だいぶ苦しんでるわ。
Damn.
桜井さんは腹部裂傷。事故の拍子で何か尖ったもの。傷跡から想像すると多分割れた瓶だと思うけど、お腹に突き刺さったみたい。 金田さんは頭部裂傷、右目の上あたりの額を切ってる。多分何かにぶつけたんだと思う。もう出血は止まってるわ。
それで？
それって
え、本当に見ただけ？治療はしていないの？
無理を言わないで。道具も何もないのに。道具があったところで私には無理よ。
折れていたら位置を合わせて固定するだけ。避けていたら縫い合わせるだけじゃない。
そんなのやったこともないのに無理よ。簡単だって言うならあなたがやってよ。
Wow.
じゃあお湯を沸かしてくださる？キャンプの道具の中にガスコンロがあったでしょ。たくさんお湯を沸かして生食を作ってください。ついでに救急箱と釣り道具も発掘してきてくださるとありがたいですね。
Am I cheating on Michi with another Twin Tails? No. No, this girl on the right is Yuji's sister, and on the left is one of her classmates. Basically what happened is that Amane brought up the subject of her past. Well, Yuji brought up the subject of Amane's past because the last week, two girls referenced Amane as being a cockroach, and well, we learned that well, actually I already knew this, but Yuji's sister was one of Amane's classmates and team members, because this was during not a tournament, but a training camp. And what happened is they were on the bus went over a cliff. This is the site of the accident, and they're trying to find preparations and gathering materials and stuff to help the wounded. Oh no, absolutely. Absolutely. But basically, her and Amane went off and were looking in an opposite direction, trying to figure out a way to get out of the situation. Couldn't find anything, so now they're back at the base of the camp that they have set up and are tending to the wounded right now. But the bus was carrying 14 people, 3 died, and 4 of them are injured right now. So that's basically where we're at the moment.
はい、わかりました。
But this girl on the left here has doctors for parents, and the team captain forced the responsibility of looking at them and tending to them without any really realistic form of knowledge on how to do said thing. And well, Kazuki came back with Amane, and now she's basically taking over on tending to the wounded and stitching up their lacerations and stuff. So
風見さん、骨折の治療とか経験があるの？
God damn it, Ulo.
ないわ。本で読んだ知識があるだけ。あなたは？ない。まあ、普通はないわよね。大丈夫なの？経験や自信のある人がいるなら変わるわよ。私だって後から来て人の仕事を奪った出しゃばりな女だと思われたら心外だもの。
Yeah, this is Amane from her first year of high school. Kazuki turned around quickly to face the depressed group of girls, raised her right hand and asked, "Does anyone have medical experience?" No one raised their hand in response. No one even met Kazuki's eyes.
誰も経験がないのなら誰がやっても同じじゃない？それともこのまま怪我は自己責任ってことで放っておく？
No power.
それはさすがに。
It's over the top, but it's a realistic thing. I mean, look at the situation, Amane, please.
私ね、できることはあったのにっていう後悔が一番悔しいと思うの。そんなわけだから一人ずつ見ていきましょうか。まずは頭部裂傷の金田さん。金田さんが嫌いだから？ん？ああ、金田さんが一番軽傷だからよ。軽傷の子を見ている間に重傷の子が死ねば無駄な診察をしないで済むでしょ。
Harsh words, but being very realistic about it. As I hit my hand off my desk. We have a well clink in chat.
嫌だわ。なぜ黙るの？冗談を言ったのだから笑ってくれないと恥ずかしいじゃない。笑えないし。
Even in a situation like this, she's
ねえ、
such a
あなた、
tease.
友達っているの？そうね。今のところあなただけかしら。だからなぜ黙るの？笑えばいいの？そうね。そしたら私は泣くわ。ごめん。会話の速度についていけない。
Following Kazuki's instructions, everyone with the physical energy and willpower to move cooperated to retrieve the first aid kit, camping equipment, and fishing tackle from the overturned bus. Kazuki gathered the tools she thought would be useful, passed them to Koide Ritsu to be disinfected, and began examining the wounded while waiting for the water to come to a boil. As promised, she looked at Kanade Saya and her head laceration first.
どう？耳はちゃんと聞こえていますか？右と左で聞こえ方が違うとかは？
大丈夫みたい。
そう。じゃあ手を出して。まずは右手。
Kaneda's wounds would... the words! Kaneda's wound had already been disinfected, sutured shut, and covered with a roll of bandage. When Kazuki said she planned to use a fishing hook to stitch up the cut, I couldn't help raising doubts about whether such a procedure could be hygienic, but... When she responded, well, I suppose we could try sticking it together with superglue? I'm sure that would make for a much prettier result. I decided I should probably keep my mouth shut. Wow. Yeah, it's my fault you stayed longer than you should have, Ulo. Take it easy, though. After that, I did nothing but silently record Kazuki's words in the memo pad we were using as a makeshift medical record.
どう？痛い？
Kazuki took a firm grip on Kaneda's right hand and dug her nails firmly into her index finger.
痛い、痛いってば。
Oh my god.
ごめんなさい。それじゃあ左手は？同じように痛みを感じる？
だから痛いってば。
It almost seemed like Kazuki was enjoying watching Kaneda squirm in pain. A question leaked out of my mouth.
ねえ、さっきから何をしているの？彼女、頭を打ったみたいだから、感覚器官や神経で左右に差異がないか調べているのよ。傷口を縫っている時に気がついたのだけれど、彼女、左目がわずかに内斜視なのよ。右目？気がつかなかった。
Rather perceptive! I hurriedly add the word esotropic to the record in the notebook.
あなた、お名前なんておっしゃったかしら？
金田サーヤ。
I pronounce her last name wrong. Her first name. Why did I say last name? I'm so... Saya!
ああ、そうそう。金田サーヤ。サーヤさんね。いい名前だわ。
Ugh.
そう思う？
ええ。もし私が犬を飼っていたら、そう名付けたいぐらいよ。
Wow.
ごめんなさい。
It is a nice name.
冗談がきついから。あら、どうしてあなたが謝るの？それは、私があなたのお友達だからよ。あら、嬉しい。私、親友って初めてよ。
I didn't remember adding best to that phrase, but leaving that unsaid was probably the smart move here. Well, I learned that much, so I must have been growing used to her. I guess the word friend I had spoken just now wasn't entirely sarcastic.
今すぐあなたを抱きしめてキスをしたいところだけれど、今は金田さんの診察中だから、後でね。ごゆっくりどうぞ。どこまで見たかしら？ああ、そうそう。金田さん、あなた子供の頃に虐待を受けたことは？
ないわ。
母親に床に落とされたことも？
Oh my god.
な
The
い。
questions.
だったらシャシは今回の事故が原因ね。大丈夫、治るらしいから。はい、次の方。
Kazuki continued her examinations along these lines, eventually working her way through all the girls, even those with no apparent injury.
今の子で最後ね。軽い内身で内出血してる子もいたけど、ほとんどが軽傷ね。一番の重傷はやっぱり広岡さんね。左肩の脛骨と腓
Ooh,
骨
the
が切
tibia
損。
and fibula. Ooh.
右足は大腿骨の遠位骨が複合骨折。両方とも閉鎖骨折だから細菌感染の心配はないし、一応骨は固定してみたけど、病院に連れて行かないとダメね。あとは桜井さんのお腹も。ああ、傷口が大きいから重傷に見えるけど、内臓には届いていないし、縫合は済ませたから大丈夫よ。ただ感染症が心配ね。できれば病院で抗生物質を投与した方がいいわ。とりあえずやれるだけのことはやったと部長に報告しておいて。私が報告するの？当たり前でしょ。そのためにあなたをお医者さんごっこに付き合わせたのだから。同じ言葉で状況を説明しても誰の口から出たかで印象は変わるでしょ。
Oh my
きっ
god.
と私の報告なんか信じないわよ、あの部長。
Well, the last thing we need was Kazuki's harsh tongue setting off the fight.
部長には先生には部長から説明してくださいって言っておいて。その程度の手柄は与えておかないとすねられても面倒なだけだし。またそうやって余計なことを言う。これでも随分と遠慮しているつもりなのだけれど。風見さん。
At that moment, I realized something for the first time. Kazuki's face was flushed red, her breathing was rough, and she was sweating heavily.
どうしたの？なんだか顔色が悪いけど。これよ。
Kazuki raised her left arm as she spoke, revealing it to be heavily swollen and purple.
ちょっと、これどうしたの？折れてはいないようだけど、ひびは入っているみたい。いわゆる不全骨折というやつね。
Oh, that sounds painful.
その左腕ってまさかバスの中で私が踏んでいた場所？私のせいで？事故の直前にとっさにシートベルトを腕に巻きつけて衝撃に備えたせいよ。ただでさえ負荷がかかっているところにあなたに踏んづけられてとどめを刺したのだとしても、そもそもあなたのせいで事故が起きたわけではないでしょ。それはそうだけど、でも私があなたを下敷きにしてしまったから。気にしすぎよ。それとももし私があなたのせいだとわめき散らしたら、あなたは自分の腕を切り落として私にくれるの？ごめんなさい、それは無理。だったら気にしないことね。私も気にしていないわ。落ち込まないでよ。本当に気にしていないから。どうしよう。もう少し優しく言った方が良かったのかしら。
What a way with words.
大丈夫なの？痛いわよ。でも泣くほどではないし、泣いて痛みを紛らわせるほど子供でもないわ。ごめんなさい。あなた、自分を罰してくれる人がいないと落ち着かないタイプ？まあいいわ。だったらこの左腕のことは貸しにしておいてあげる。貸し？そう。叱る時に望まれれば、あなたは私の命令を拒否できない。それで許してあげる。今言ってくれればすぐに従うのに。嫌よ。いい？貸しっていうのはね、返してもらわない方が大きな利益を生むのよ。覚えておきなさい。心配しないでいいのよ。私も別にお友達から高い利子を巻き上げようとは思わないから。
Kazuki's expression as she spoke those words was an artificially perfect smile, suggesting a kind of maturity well beyond her years. As I watched her face, I felt sticky sweat seeping out of the back of my head. Did I really just put myself at the mercy of a person like this? Our basketball team's advisor, Mr. Ochi Yoshihiko, regained consciousness 30 minutes later. After hearing a brief summary of the situation from Captain Sakashita, Mr. Ochi called for all the surviving students and had us sit on the ground together.
そもそも事故の原因は何だったのですか？
Just as if we were still in the classroom, Captain Sakashita raised her right hand as she spoke. At her nearly accusatory tone, our young teacher and the driver of the bus wrinkled his face into something very close to a scowl.
急にハンドルが取られて慌ててブレーキをかけたが止まりきれずにそのまま崖下に転落した。おそらくはパンクだろう。
ではパンクの原因は何ですか？
俺が知るわけないだろう。俺は今目が覚めたばかりなんだぞ。
Damn, already jumping to being defensive. Damn.
大きな声を出さないでください。みんな不安なんです。先生がそんなことでは。
分かっている。
A worthless argument along these lines continued for a good 10 minutes. The situation being what it was, nobody tried to butt in or calm things down. We all sat there and waited for things to run their course. Watching our teacher and captain bellowing at each other meaninglessly, a few girls began to cry from sheer anxiety. The captain seized on that fact as a new line of attack. In that place filled with gloom and dominated by angry voices, Kazami Kazuki smiled brightly, drew her face close, and began to whisper in my ear.
どんな時でも自分以外の責任が確立しないと落ち着かないのかしら。今は原因や責任の所在より話し合うべき重要なことがもっとたくさんあると思わない？
True enough, but I couldn't understand what she expected to accomplish by murmuring this to me. It wasn't like I had the ability to redirect the discussion. Complaining wasn't going to get us anywhere. If anything, there was a good chance this might make the situation even worse.
そこ、こそこそと何を話しているの？
None of your business, Sakashita. See, I told you so. When you get spotted griping in the shadows, of course you're going to get told off. As I hesitated, searching for some kind of excuse, Kazuki abruptly raised her right hand and asked for permission to speak.
パンクの原因ですが、おそらくは廃材を積んだトラックの荷台から何か鋭利な金属片のようなものが落ちて、それを私たちのマイクロバスの前輪が踏んだのだと思います。
根拠はあるの？
バスのタイヤを見てください。
As directed by Kazuki's words, everyone present turned to look at the tires of the overturned bus. The front wheel on the right side was neatly torn around its circumference, cracked into two vertical halves.
そう。例えば尖った金属の板のようなものを踏んでしまい、そのまま車体のどこかに引っかかって回転するタイヤを連続で傷つけ続けた結果、最後にタイヤが破裂したのではないかと。
Watching Kazuki explain her theory with words and gestures, the majority of us felt the pieces falling into place. It made sense.
今時の車のタイヤは釘を踏んだ程度なら一瞬で空気が抜けてしまうことはないそうですが、金属片でタイヤを裂かれてしまえばどうしようもないわ。また、そんなものを踏んづけた先生が悪いわけでもない。たとえタイヤが裂けてパンクしても、直線道路であったら安全に止まることはできたはず。あえて何が悪かったのかというのを決めるのであれば、カーブの途中でタイヤが破裂したという運のなさが一番悪いわ。
Who knew that a piece of metal scrap would be the very thing to upend all of this, causing a freaking blowout and a crash over a cliff?
そんな悪運の中にあって、ここにいる私たちは少なくとも命だけは助かった。今はその幸運をどう大切にするかというのが大切じゃないかしら。
こんな状況で私たちに何ができると？
絶望しないための努力なんてどうかしら。つまり前向きな希望探しの話し合いなんて素敵じゃないかと私は思うのだけれど。
Rather than grieving over your poverty, fantasize about what you'll buy if you win the lottery. You'll sleep better at night. That was Kazuki's argument in a nutshell. Although if she'd said it outright, it was obvious she would have angered the captain. And so, at Kazuki's request, I took my notebook in one hand and repeated the details of our situation to the group. We were surrounded by a dense sea of trees without so much as an animal trail running through it. The cliffs hung over us like an overturned mortar bowl, making a climb back to the road impossible. And our cell phones couldn't find a signal. To escape alive, our only option was to walk away from the road and into the forest. But, probably because of a meteorite that fell nearby, there seemed to be dense deposits of metal scattered throughout the area. And thanks to these pockets of concentrated magnetic material, our compasses would be of no use. It seemed plausible that this strange hole with its overhanging walls had been gouged into the earth by the impact of that meteorite. The bare rock of the walls had turned to glass under the assault of momentary high temperature. Even reading out this dry, factual summary of our situation from the notebook was enough to drain my spirits. Where exactly were we supposed to find hope in any of
こうなっ
this?
てしまえば下手に動き回っていたずらに体力を消耗するよりおとなしく救助を待った方がいいわね。
はい、それが最善かと。
Although I wanted to escape this disturbing place as quickly as possible, there was no guarantee that any of us would return alive if we wandered off aimlessly now. Continuing the investigation of our surroundings until a more certain path presented itself, while waiting for the arrival of a rescue, seemed the wiser choice by far. I felt a wave of relief wash through my body at the captain's decision.
あら、それはどうかしら。
I looked behind me with a start. Kazami Kazuki, the very person who'd shoved me onto this little stage, had spoken those words. Kazuki, the very person who had told me to explain things clearly and logically so no one acts rashly, had disrupted the discussion just as we were beginning to reach a consensus. I couldn't begin to understand why. I glanced at her face with an irrepressible
ど
frown.
ういう意味かしら。何か反論でも。
ええ、確かに下手に動き回ったところで生還できるという保証はどこにもない。けど、待っていれば助けが来るという保証もどこにもありません。
No, everyone's not dead yet.
それぐらい私にも分かっているわ。一生ここで助けを待つつもりはないけれど、十分な調査もしないまま密林に踏み込むのは自殺行為だとは思わなくて。
But no, Mr. Ochi is awake. They came to the conclusion that the reason why the bus did what it did was because of metal scrap that fell off the back of a truck. And it blew up the tire.
十分な調査とは何をもって十分と判断するのですか？食料どころか飲み水すら潤沢ではないこの状況で腰を据えて考えている余裕があるとは思えません。それなら一層気力と体力が充実している今のうちに腰を上げるべきかと愚行しますが。
それは本当に愚行よね。私たちのような素人が考えるほど山は甘くないわ。私の判断が気に入らないのなら、どうぞあなたを一人で森に入られて結構よ。
What a bitch.
口が過ぎたようです。申し訳ありません。
わかればいいのよ。
If it was unexpected to hear Kazuki raise an objection in the first place, it was just as surprising to see her withdraw her opinion so easily. Still holding my silence, I asked Kazuki a question with my gaze. What was that all about? In response to my glance, Kazuki returned her own wordless answer with a movement of her eyes and a jerk of her chin. Don't worry about it. Keep going.
それでは次に私たちがするべきはベースキャンプの確保になります。横転したバスから使えそうな道具を持ち出す作業に取り掛かるというのはどうでしょう。
そうね、そうしましょう。では手分けをして作業に取り掛かります。それでよろしいですね、先生。
ああ、そうしよう。
After that, we were divided between a group of collecting things from the bus and a group responsible for sorting those items and preparing to erect our tents. We set about our work in silence. I was assigned to the collection team because of my sturdy physique, which meant I was stuck with the job of crawling into the overturned bus and dragging out whatever luggage I could find. The work itself wasn't that difficult in the physical sense, but inside the bus, the bodies of the two girls who had died instantly were still left untouched. And every time I passed by, I couldn't help but see resentment in their faces. Chewing my lower lip, I forced out the willpower to go on. Although I wasn't conscious of it, the strain on my nerves built with every trip. I love how my model freaks out like that. Finally, the dim interior of the bus was all but emptied of luggage, with the exception of the personal belongings of the dead. Probably because I'd passed the corpses so many times now, I had grown somewhat used to their expressions of bitter regret. Or maybe it would be more accurate to say that my emotions had been paralyzed. And so, I joined my hands before the body of Shikanai Tsukasa, my senior by 2 years, and whispering, "I'm sorry," pulled her luggage free.
どう
Well, that's a way to scare the crap out of somebody.
急に大きな声を出さないでちょうだい。耳が切なくなるわ。かずみさん。びっくりした。急に声を
Thank you
か
for
け
leaving
ない
an
でくれ
alert.
る？急ではない声のかけ方ってあるの？なんなの？何か用？手が空いたから死体から私物を剥ぎ取るのを手伝いに来たのよ。その言い方はどうだろう。どうせ聞こえちゃいないわよ。
As she spoke, Kazuki gently closed Shikanai Senpai's
もう一
eyelids.
体はあっち2年の小沢先輩。小沢？ああ、自己管理のできていない体型をした人ね。どうして素直に太ってるって言わないの？そんなことを言ったら彼女が傷つくじゃない。どうせ聞こえちゃいないわよ。
The retort! Oh my god, I love it.
まあ、なんて罰当たりな。あなたがそれを言う？私は毎週日曜日の朝には教会に行くわよ。え、本当に？あ、そうか。私は笑えばいいの？もう遅いわよ。デブの先輩は私に任せて、あなたはその荷物持って外に出ていなさい。
Wow.
デブって。
Kazuki was a truly elusive person. At times she reversed herself with dizzying speed. Had she seen that I was depressed and turned to this black humor to make me smile?
そういえば、さっきはどうして急に部長に反論を？あんなの予定になかったじゃない。ああ、あれね。あなた、あの時の部長の顔を見た？見たけど。あなたの口から状況説明を聞いているうちは良かったのだけれど、あなたが会話の主導権を握り始めた途端に不機嫌な顔になったのよ。だからあの人がおかしな反発意識を持つ前に私が反論してみせたのよ。私が口を挟めばあの人は当然噛みついてくるだろうし、その上で私を言いまかしたとなればしばらくは機嫌も良くなるだろうしね。じゃあわざと？
It was all a ruse.
もしあの場で私が口を挟まなければ、食べ物が心もとなくなる3日後ぐらいには値を上げて脱出しましょうと言い出すかもしれないでしょ。でも私の意見を押しのけて通した意見を覆すとなれば、私の意見が正しかったと認めることになる。
The captain's obstinacy towards Kazuki had become a powerful reason for her to keep us where we were.
そこまで考えて。長いスパンで見れば負けることで得る利益もあるということよ。こんな状況では一瞬先の自分すら想像できないかもしれないけれど、10日後の自分を想像して行動しなさい。私、あなたのそばにいると息が詰まりそうだわ。そう？でも短くもたった一度の人生よ。一人ぐらい天才と知り合いになっておくのも悪くないわよ。天才かっていうか、自分で自分を天才って言っちゃうんだ。人に言われると腹が立つけどね。あなただって人にバカだと言われれば腹は立つのに、自分のことを私バカだからと言って相手を油断させるでしょ。実際バカだもの。あら、あなたはバカじゃないわよ。本当のバカっていうのはね、天才を敵に回す人のことを言うの。私たちって確かお友達だったよね。ええ、そう。あなたのそういう頭の回転の速さは私気に入っているわよ。恐縮です。
What the heck? Jeez, seriously. I must be something like a toy to her. I did feel discomfort at the effortless control she had over me, but I'm sure Kazuki knew as well as I did that I wouldn't oppose her in the end. That realization was irritating in its own right, but truthfully, by this point I'd gotten myself so aggravated that I felt like smiling instead. Heaving a loud sigh of surrender, I turned my attention back to stripping the dead girl of her possessions. It took an hour to retrieve all the camping gear and personal belongings from the overturned bus. But now we had to face a difficult question. What do we do about the 2 bodies still in the bus? That was the problem. Somebody raised the idea of having everybody carry them out together, but considering the cramped interior of the bus, it would be impossible for all of us to participate. Someone else suggested that we should leave them be, rather than clumsily dragging them around, but at Kazuki's words, it's hot today, isn't it? How long does it take for a corpse to begin rotting, I wonder? That idea was instantly abandoned. Finally, everyone gathered there fell silent. Our pleading glances settled on the only man present, Mr. Ochi. And after a few minutes, when he placed his hands on his knees and stood with the words, "I'll do it," every one of us breathed a sigh of pure relief. Having entered the overturned bus alone, Mr. Ochi emerged with Shikanai's body cradled in his arms. The only ones who witnessed that moment were Kazuki, Captain Sakashita, and me. The others cast their eyes to the ground or turned away, avoiding the sight of their acquaintances' corpses. Probably because that sight was was the distillation of a pitiless reality. To see that moment would have meant facing the truth they wanted so desperately to forget. To be honest, when I was collecting luggage from the bus, I'd placed a hand on Shikanai's body with the thought of carrying it outside. Startled to learn exactly how cold a human body could become when its blood stopped flowing, I withdrew my hand instantly. I hadn't felt this kind of shock when I touched my grandmother's body in the casket at her funeral. Grandma's death, which I'd known would become eventually, wasn't nearly that cold to the touch. Touching this girl's death, a death I couldn't view with composure or resignation, turned my spine to ice. I didn't ever want to feel that way, ever again. Watching the removal of the bodies in solemn silence, I reflexively brought my hands together and began to pray for the dead. From behind my back, I could hear whispering voices. That body, what do we do with it now? Bury it somewhere, I guess? Can we just do that? When we're rescued, won't her family be mad? We can't assume help will arrive right away. We can't just leave it like this. It's summer after all. Apparently sensing our anxiety, Mr. Ochi decided to bury the 3 bodies some ways away. At the very least, it wouldn't do to leave them where we could see them. Practically speaking, if we'd watched those corpses rot before our eyes, we would have put our mental health at risk. In a situation like this one, panic is the greatest enemy. For the same reason, we decided it would be best if none of us acted alone. We paired off into units of 2. To put things nicely, the idea was to establish a dynamic of mutual support. But when you got to the heart of the matter, we were supposed to watch each other like hawks for signs of abnormal behavior. If one member of the pair caused a problem, both would be held responsible. Well, I'd been 80% sure it would turn out this way from the moment I'd heard about the rule. Kazami Kazuki named me her partner, the look on her face saying it was the most natural thing in the world.
というわけだから、これからもよろしくね。
As she spoke, Kazuki moved to show me her left arm, now wrapped in a sling. Her meaning was clear enough. My arm was disabled thanks to you, so it's only natural that you pick up the slack from me, right? I didn't have any objection to acting as a unit with Kazuki. Judging from her words and actions so far, she was intelligent and knowledgeable. If I followed her lead, things shouldn't go wrong. Even so, I couldn't quite repress my feelings. Something like dissatisfaction or maybe confusion? Above all, I was tired of dancing so obediently on her strings.
いじめ目的以外で私を選んだ理由があるのなら聞かせてもらえないかな。いじめるために選んだのよ。文句があるなら聞いてあげる。対処はしないけれど。それって言うだけ無駄じゃない。ストレスは減るわよ。長生きしようと思ったら溜め込まない方がいいわ。特に今のような状況ではね。ああ、そう。他に何か質問は？私をいじめて楽しい？不思議。どうして聞きたくもない答えを聞きたがるのかしら。はっきりと言葉にしないと興奮しないタイプ？言いにくいから遠回しに言うけど。
Damn, being called out as a masochist.
聞くんじゃなかったわ。大丈夫。私は神聖のサディストだから。きっとうまくいくわ。私たち。
A sadist and a masochist. What a dynamic. With those words, Kazuki held out her uninjured right arm toward me. Unable to immediately understand the meaning of her gesture, I stared blankly back into her face.
あなたも手を出してくれないと、私一人では握手はできないわ。あ、そうか、握手ね。 風見さんに握手なんて一般的な概念があったことに驚きだわ。
私のことは和樹さんでいいわ。あなたのことはあまねちゃんでいいかしら。
うん。
それじゃ改めてよろしくね、あまねちゃん。
こちらこそよろしく。
Oh, damn. I gripped Kazuki's outstretched hand with as much force as I could muster. Her hand was so small, it felt like I could quite literally crush it if I squeezed hard enough. And yet even then, when all I could see ahead of us was uncertainty and danger, I had the feeling that small hand would save me.
テントと食料を配給します。
Striding her way to an unsteady foothold above us, the captain shouted in a voice that resounded off the walls of rock. At her feet, the food and camping equipment we had dragged out of the bus were piled in a heap.
テントは2人で1つ、寝袋は1人に1つ。食料はとりあえず3日分を配給します。決して十分な量とは言えませんが、各自節約を心がけ、3日間持たせること。
In the dark cloud of bad luck that was our bus accident, our meager silver lining of good fortune was that we had been returning from a camping trip. Among the luggage we collected from the bus, there was a variety of camping equipment, as well as leftover ingredients from the meal we'd made the day before. There were 4 tents designed for 3 occupants, and 1 large tent made for 6. Kazuki and I took one of the smaller tents, 2 sleeping bags, and a mat for both of us. Our rations for the 3-day period were distributed to us in a garbage bag.
現在17時14分。18時までにテントの設営を済ませ、18時半には各自夕食を済ませてください。それ以降は自由時間としますが、勝手な行動をとって周囲に迷惑をかけないようにしてください。わかりましたか?
As she spoke, the captain glanced briefly around the group, then brought her gaze to a halt on Kazuki, who was standing at my side. That last understood was probably directed at her in particular. Did she not notice Captain Sakashita's hostile attitude? Did she not notice and play dumb on purpose? Whatever the case. Now she's just being a smartass. Kazuki answered in a high-pitched girly tone that seemed to originate from her nose. I would have done the same thing just to be a smartass.
やあね、何をあんなにピリピリしているのかしら。
風見さん、そんな声出せたんだ。気持ち悪。
もう、あなたまでそんなことを言うの？別に嫌いな子にどう思われようとなんとも思わないけど、あなたにまでそんな風に思われたら私だって傷つくのよ。
ごめんなさい。
じゃあ罰としてあなたがテントを張ってくださる？
Is that really punishment? I mean, your arm's injured. We would have had to do it anyway.
もともとそのつもりだったし。
I rest my case.
代わりに夕食の準備は私がします。やったことはないけど。食材は人参に玉ねぎにじゃがいも。これって明らかに昨日作ったカレーの食材の余りよね。カレー粉もある。
待って貴重な食材なのよ。大丈夫なの？
まあ料理なんて煮るか焼くか蒸すかでしょ。きっと簡単よ。
Oh boy.
いい。私がやるから任せて。
でもあなたにはテントを。
いいのよ。私こう見えても一応実家が料理屋だから料理にはちょっと自信あるし。
そう？でもなんか悪いわ。あなたばかり働かせて。
じゃあテントを張り終わったら一緒に料理しましょう。手伝ってくれる？
あ、それはいいわね。なんだか仲のいいお友達って感じで。
でしょ？
ところであなた、お塩を使わない料理ってできる？
どういう意味？
言葉の通りだけれど。
There's no salt.
お塩ならあるじゃない。ほら。
I was like, wait a second, what?
だからそれをできるだけ使わないでほしいのだけれど。無理？
まあ無理ではないけど、 お塩がないと美味しくないよ。
その辺は我慢しましょう。ね。
But no salt in the food. It's gonna be so
いい
tasteless.
けど。
After erecting our tent, I gave saltless cooking a try as Kazuki requested. Cooking the onions in a fry pan, I mixed them with the smashed steamed potatoes and flavored the mix with pepper, then molded it into an oval and baked it in butter, pretty much making it up as I went along. What would you even call this thing? A potato burger? A croquette without meat or sauce? Anyway, kind of an unorthodox result. Although I was frankly a little wary myself, it was pretty good when I actually ate it, and Kazuki also happily praised the taste. By some mysterious psychological process, I found that Kazuki's praise motivated me to try hard next time as well. Ridiculous as it may sound, I'm fairly sure I was beginning to genuinely like this girl named Kazami Kazuki. When the sun set, the sultry heat and humidity of the day vanished quickly, giving way to a chilly night. Nonetheless, I hadn't entered my tent yet. My agitation from this overwhelming barrage of events hadn't yet cooled, so I wasn't exactly sleepy. And I think I may have still been slightly resistant to the idea of entering that tent alone with Kazami Kazuki. When I looked up, there was a slight sliver of moonlight working its way to us through a gap in the treetops. Amidst the darkness at the bottom of the ravine, I could just make out the domed shapes of our tents here and there. Oh my god, words. God damn it. What are words? The only one in which a light was burning was the largest tent. That 6-person tent was occupied by our advisor, Mr. Ochi, along with the wounded Hiruko-san, Sakurai-san. Oh, Hiruko-san and Sakurai-san. I missed the freaking and part. Oh my god. The dim light of a lantern projected the movements of the inhabitants as shadows on the wall, and an agonized moaning leaked from inside. It was a voice like that of a damned soul crawling through hell. Probably Hiruko-san and her fractured legs. When Kazuki went to check on her after dinner, Hiruko-san had been bathed in greasy sweat. The entire time we were there, she kept up a low groaning cry, never managing coherent speech. The fractures had given rise to an agonizing fever. She had no method of coping with her suffering except to scream and moan. Knowing that we had to get her to a hospital as soon as possible, I also knew that we had been placed in circumstances where we could do nothing but wait for help. Frustrated impatience boiled up inside me. The food distributed to us by the captain's orders was to last 3 days, which meant that, at the very least, she intended to have us spend 3 days here. But what was to come after that? What happened if 3 days passed and no one arrived to save us? As worsening tremors of anxiety crawled their way up my spine, I shivered for reasons unrelated to the temperature of my body. Our bus had fallen. Some of us had already died. But even so, something in the core of my mind seemed to be anesthetized. Is it anesthetized against that truth. None of it felt fully real. I'm not sure how to pronounce that word, so if I mispronounce it, I apologize. Okay. I was just making sure. It's like I know how to spell it, but the pronunciation? Yeah, don't ask me. I stumble on some words. That sense of numbness was what frightened me the most. What should we do? How do we survive this? No matter how frantically I tried to find answers, my mind was paralyzed, dominated by a single thought. We can't do anything. What will be, will be. As if rejecting the hopeless situation it had found itself in, my brain was simply refusing to think. That refusal of reality may have been a common phenomenon among us that night. Not amongst, oh my god. Ugh. From some other tent in the area, I heard the incongruous sound of brightly laughing voices. That laughter grated badly on my nerves. I couldn't help but turn my head toward the sound in irritation. Perhaps Kazuki, sitting next to me, felt the same way. As she likewise turned her gaze toward the laughter, there was a scowl on her face.
ねえ、風見さん。
和樹でいいわ。そう言ったと思うけど。
和樹。
何あまね。
あなたは今、何を考えているの？
別に何も。本を読んでいたところよ。
本？
There was nothing in Kazuki's hands. Even if there had somehow been a book there, it would have been impossible to read in the darkness.
あなたにはまだ言ってなかったかしら。私ね、一度見た本の内容を絵として頭に記憶しておいて、 後から文字として認識することで好きな時に読むことができるの。
Imagine having that capability. Oh my god, I'm actually kind of jealous.
ごめん、意味がわからない。どういうこと？
She has photographic memory.
つまり開いた本のページをカメラで撮影して後でその写真を見ることで内容を読むことができる。そういえばわかりやすいかしら。私の頭の中にはまだ読んでいない本が144冊残っていたから、そのうちの1冊を読んでいたところ。
That's a lot of books. What the heck was I supposed to say to that? Could the geniuses of the world all do things like this? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It's probably precisely when you can do something so utterly removed from the capabilities of other people that you deserve to be called a genius. I was confident there was simply no way I could ever pull off something like that, no matter how well she explained it to me.
何の本を読んでいたの？
地震で倒壊した学園の中に取り残された15人の男女学生を描いたフィクションノベル。
へえ。
閉鎖空間に取り残された学生という設定が今の私たちの状況に
Oh
近い
shit.
し、
I apologize, I was not paying attention to when ad break was supposed to
参考になる
start.
かと思って読んではみたけれど、ダメね。
Alright, I'll leave this up. We're gonna go swap over to the BRB screen. I'm gonna put some words on stream up and take a quick break. And I'll be back once the ads are finished. All right, I am back. Okay, words on stream is acting weird. It should have shifted over into the next round because the timer was up, but it didn't do anything. What? That was weird. Okay, now we can jump back into this. On the point of asking about the ending of that novel, I abruptly clamped my mouth shut. Even without asking, I had a rough idea. Most likely, the students in that story were wiped out. That was probably the exact reason Koski had vaguely described it as not particularly useful. Kazuki turned her face to me with a sleepy expression, admittedly her default state, stifled a small yawn and mumbled, "It'll be 10 soon," without a glance at any clock or watch.
することもないし、そろそろ寝ましょうか。
うん。
It was certainly true that staying up any later wasn't going to accomplish anything, and just being awake with nothing to do would invite unproductive, depressing thoughts. I understood that, but I simply wasn't sleepy. Indifferent to my minor dilemma, Kazuki stood up immediately and opened the zipper dividing the entrance to our tent.
ねえ、カズキ、
はい。
あなたは不安じゃないの？
ああ、それはいい質問ね。そんなあなたの問いにずっと前から用意しておいた答えがあるのだけれど、聞く？
Oh boy.
バスの事故に遭うことも、こうしてあなたとペアを組むことも、そしてあなたがこの時間にその質問をすることも、私の中では全て想定内よ。どう？一応天才風にかっこよく決めたつもりだったのだけれど。
一応私は真面目な質問をしたつもりなんだけど。
だから私も真面目に答えたじゃない。もう寝ましょう。明日は明日できっとまた忙しくなるだろうし。
With those words, Kazuki dropped to all fours and began to burrow her way into the tent like a bear returning to its den. In a blank daze, I watched Kazuki's round butt wriggling under her skirt as she disappeared inside. I found myself alone, trying and failing to process the meaning of her words.
なんか今のでどっと疲れが出た感じ。
Confronted with the reality of Kazami Kazuki, a girl who looked at first as if she wasn't thinking at all, a girl who kept her thoughts completely unreadable, I found myself feeling ridiculous in comparison. The way I drowned myself in anxious worrying. The way I worked myself into a panic over things I had no control over. Hi, it's me. I do this all the time. Left alone in that dark and silent place, I strained my ears. Hiroko-san's moans, which ate into the heart of the listener, and the voices of laughter with their grating denial of our danger, both had stopped for now. The occasional rustling of trees in the wind and the voices of insects were the only sounds left to echo against the walls of rock. The second day in the valley. That morning, I awoke to the eerie song of distant birds. I had burrowed into my sleeping bag and closed my eyes, fully expecting to lie awake all night, but evidently I must have dozed off at some point. When I forced open my unexpectedly heavy eyelids, I found the interior of our cheap blue tent illuminated by a slanting ray of morning sun. Thankfully, the temperature had risen with the dawn. I must have slept for at least a few hours, but the burden of my fatigue was no lighter. If anything, I felt even more exhausted than I had been the night before. Still wrapped in my sleeping bag, I turned sideways on top of my thin silver mat. Twisting my head toward the other side of the tent, I was surprised to find my roommate missing. Kazuki? Where could she have wandered off to? The mat and sleeping bag Kazuki had been using sat on the ground next to me, neatly tied together in a tight roll. From the look of things, it was unlikely she had just stepped out to use the bathroom. Kazuki was clearly already awake and taking action. You're a nerd! Hi, Giselle. I crawled outside the tent into a clear-skied but dim morning. The sheer cliffs to our right and left intercepted most of the sun's light. What little reached just filtered down through gaps in the thick vegetation far above. No doubt the same reason it felt oddly chilly for a summer day. Others had already emerged from their tents into the gloomy dawn. Here and there, they sat quietly on the hard stone ground. In addition to the trauma and mental exhaustion of the previous day, we'd slept in an unfamiliar environment. Not the best way to get rested and refreshed. Most had barely slept at all, judging from the dark circles under their eyes.
ねえ、和樹を見なかった？
I called out to a freshman from the neighboring tents, Ibuki Haruna, seated some 3 meters away. Ibuki brushed her long bangs out of her eyes with her fingers and responded listlessly.
和樹？ああ、風見さんならシャベルを担いで森の方に行ったから、おトイレじゃないかな。
そう。
I turned toward the valley's lone exit, the tangle of vegetation we called a forest, but Kazuki was nowhere in sight. I did, however, happen to notice someone acting rather oddly a little way off.
ねえ、あれ、何やってるのかな？
そう。
It was Sakuma Minori, a third-year senior. She was a talented athlete, particularly skilled at sinking three-pointers, who'd earned the title of scoring queen on our team. At the moment, she was repeatedly hurling a small object straight up into the air.
気になるなら自分で聞いてきたら？私、あの先輩苦手。
The agitation has already started, and it's literally 24 hours after the fact. Ibuki didn't bother to lower her voice. She didn't seem to care whether her frank words might reach the ears of our senior. As a result of last night's discussion, she'd been paired with that very Sakuma-senpai, and was stuck sharing a tent with her for the duration of our stay here. The combination seemed logical enough, since Ibuki and Sakuma had been sharing a room as boarder students. But room assignments in the dorm were arbitrary, arranged for the convenience of the school. As in most boarding schools, the freshmen tended to moan about running chores for their arrogant older roommates, while seniors complained about being expected to clean up after some clueless brat. If you're stuck living in the same room for an extended period of time, the reasonable thing would be to deal with your differences and find a way to get along. But it seems things aren't that simple, particularly for girls. And the roommates who disliked each other most tended to be exactly the ones who were kept together when rooms were reassigned the next year. It wasn't just coincidence either. From what I'd heard, our school deliberately tried to create awkward combinations as a sneaky way of maintaining discipline. Letting friends clump together naturally leads to cliques and group attempts to skirt the rules. In turn, this can create sharp divisions between those who want peace and quiet in the dorm and those who want to enjoy themselves. Sometimes these would end in nasty squabbles. In other words, the mixing of oil and water personalities in individual rooms prevented larger-scale problems. Or so I'd heard. As someone who commuted to school, it was a bit hard for me to understand dorm politics.
佐久間先輩、さっきから何をなさってるんですか？
おお、あまねか。これだこれ。
Sakuma held out the small object she'd been hurling repeatedly into the sky. Specifically, it was her cell phone. She'd been repeating a simple pattern of action, throwing it straight up with all her might, retrieving it on the way back down, then throwing it right back up again. On closer examination, the body of the phone was battered and covered in fine cracks. She'd probably dropped it numerous times by now.
昨日の夜、眠る前に思いついたんだけどね。メールを送信したまま空に投げれば、うまいこと圏内に入って助けが呼べるんじゃないかなと思ってさ。今朝からずっと試してるんだけど。よっと!
With a fluid overhand motion, Sakuma launched the cell phone into the sky once again.
それ、すごくいいアイデアじゃないですか。
I was gonna say, by any means necessary, try what you can. In a situation like this, realistically speaking, why would you not try?
だろ? 私もそう思ったんだけど。おっと。
Skillfully catching the cell phone as it plunged back to the earth, she flipped on the screen and checked the status of the transmission.
また失敗か。もう50回ぐらい投げてるけど、一度も成功しないよ。やっぱり。
和樹は、なんて。
ただでさえ電波が届きにくい環境の上に、もし圏内に投げ込むことができたとしても、送信する前に落下してしまえば意味がないってさ。
だったら携帯が戻ってこないように崖の上まで投げちゃえばいいじゃないですか。
私だってそう思ったさ。さっきから投げてるのは崖の上に乗せてしまおうと思って投げてるんだけど、届かないんだよ。
Although I couldn't tell the exact height of the cliff she was aiming for, a conservative estimate would be 50 meters. And since the wall slipped over us, some fairly precise aim would be required to land it on top.
後で何かうまい方法を考えると風見は言っていたけど、守備よく崖の上に乗せることができたとしても、そこが圏内である保証はないってさ。
そうですか。
I'd hit on the idea of making a crude sling out of a towel or something to throw the phone over the cliff, but it was true enough. There was no evidence we'd be accomplishing anything if it worked. If there wasn't any signal up there either, we'd end up throwing away a valuable potential means of communication for nothing. Hi, Atypical. Thank you for leaving a lurk, friend. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. And yet, Sakuma was keeping at her task relentlessly, probably mostly for the sake of having something to do. She seemed to know full well that it was essentially hopeless.
それで、その、和樹を見かけませんでしたか？
風見ならさっき大きなシャベルを抱えて森に入っていったよ。30分ぐらい前かな。トイレにしては長いね。
ちょっと私、様子を見に行ってこようかと思います。
気をつけた方がいいよ。さっき私も森に入ってみたんだけど、道なんてどこにもないし、周りは木ばっかりで目印がないからすぐに迷う。何か分かりやすい目印をつけながら行った方がいい。
はい、わかりました。気をつけます。
It had already been half an hour since Kazuki entered the forest. Definitely way too long for a bathroom break. It was hard to imagine Kazami Kazuki, of all people, making such a careless blunder, but there was a possibility she'd lost her bearings and wandered in the wrong direction. I cautiously made my way into the forest, using the blade of a can opener to mark tree trunks with arrows as I went.
Kazuki!
I tried shouting her name, but there was no reply. I studied the ground at my feet. Although crushed vegetation made it clear that some of us had been in this area recently, the trails were indistinct. Not that I could tell which belonged to Kazuki in the first place. When I glanced behind me, I found the route I'd trampled through the high grass was still very clear by comparison. Surprisingly, however, it was a meandering zigzag, probably the result of constantly winding my way around trees. I thought I was walking perfectly straight too. This is what makes the wilderness a truly terrifying place. I thought I had a pretty good sense of the dangers of wild mountains from books and comics, but now that I was actually experiencing one, I was quickly coming to realize how badly mistaken I'd been. I'd gone in believing that getting lost in the woods would generally work out for the best, so long as you reacted appropriately. That naive thought dissolved in mere minutes inside the jungle. In an environment utterly barren of any trace of other human beings, your sense of isolation quickly builds into anxiety. It becomes easy to rush into action based on unfounded optimistic assumptions. It's got to be this way. It was probably over there. Shying away from acknowledging the worst case scenario. Running around on your intuition alone, you become truly and hopelessly lost. In time, your anxiety reaches a new stage. Am I simply wasting my energy wandering around in circles? An even worse fear because it's paralyzing. You're frozen where you stand, trapped with your own slowly escalating terror. And eventually, the fear of death creeps upon you, breaking your courage and robbing you of reason. In the end, just such an outcome is entirely likely.
Kazuki! どこにいるの?
It hadn't been 10 minutes since I entered the forest, and I could already feel myself trembling. I'd begun to sink into the first stage, powerful anxiety at my own isolation. I screamed Kazuki's name for the second time, a little louder than before.
どうしよう。
Maybe it would be smarter to return for now, while I still know the way back, then launch an organized search with someone else. But just as these thoughts were running through my head, I heard the rustling sound of someone stepping their way through the high grass a few paces behind me. My body went stiff with shock. I spun around to find that Kazami Kazuki had materialized out of nowhere, the usual vaguely sleepy expression on her face.
人の名前をあまり大きな声で叫ばないでもらえる？ファンに取り囲まれたら面倒じゃない。
What a jackass!
ええ、そう。風見和樹よ。サインが欲しいのなら マネージャーを通して事務所に色紙を送ってちょうだい。
何？色紙？
いや、だからここであなたはアイドル気取りかって突っ込んでくれないとボケゾンってやつじゃない。
あ、そうか。ごめん。
We have a wild meditate chat.
いいわよ別に。それほど面白い冗談だとも思ってなかったし。
和樹、どこに行ってたの？
トイレよ。一人でゆっくり用を足すこともできないなんて、まさにアイドルのようだと思ったから口にした冗談だったのだけれど。
トイレにしては遅いじゃない。30分も頑張ってたの？
ついでだから食べられそうな草を摘んでいたのよ。ほら。
Kazuki held out some small unfamiliar vegetables. They seemed to be immature shoots of some leafy plant.
山菜でも生えていればと思って探してみたけれど、こんなものしか見つからなかったわ。
何それ？食べられるの？
草ソテツのわかめよ。一応生でも食べられるけど、おひたしとかにした方がいいわね。
へえ、こんなの初めて見た。あんまり美味しそうじゃないけど。
ろくな食べ物がないから、それらを餌にする野生動物も当然いない。鳥の声はするけど、その姿は見えない。熊に襲われる心配がないのはありがたいけれど、改めてひどい環境だと思い知ったわ。とりあえず朝食はこれで済ませましょう。調理法は任せるけど、調味料の類はできるだけ節約して。
食材ならまだじゃがいもも人参も残ってるけど。
日持ちのするものはできるだけ残しておきたいの。3日でここを脱出できるとは限らないのだし。
She's not wrong.
そっか、そうだよね。
そんなにがっかりしないで。確かに絶望的ではあるけれど、助からないと決まったわけではないから。
私たち助かるの？
どうかしら。別にはぐらかすわけではないけれど、さすがの私にもまだ。
私たちが助かる方法ってあるの？
あるわよ。
どんな方法？何？あるんでしょ？方法が。
あるにはあるけれど、まだ無理。
無理ってどういう意味？
今の私たちでは実現不可能という意味よ。
ごめん、私バカだから意味がわからない。今は無理ってどういうこと？時間が経てば可能になるってこと？
そういうこと。それに救助が来る可能性もまだ残っているし、今はただじっと耐えるしかないわ。
ねえ、どんな方法なの？ヒントだけでも教えてよ。
I don't think you want that hint, Amane.
人間が死なないために必要なものってなんだ？
Oh boy, here we go.
水？
あ、思い出した。さっき草を摘んでいるとき、湧き水が湧いている場所を見つけたの。というわけで、飲み水の心配は不要よ。
なんだ、お水か。
そうがっかりしたものでもないわよ。水があれば1週間は生きられるもの。部長にはあなたが発見したって報告してくれる？
それは構わないけど。
じゃあ戻りましょうか。
待って、私まだヒントの答え聞いてないよ。人間が生きていくのに必要なものって何？
食べ物よ。
食べ物？それが助かるためのヒント？
そういうこと。だからできるだけ接触しておく必要があるの。
それでみんなが助かるの？
全員が助かるとは一言も言ってないでしょ。
I'm sure you guys can pick up what she's insinuating.
もう戻りましょう。あまり遅くなるとみんなが心配するわ。
和樹。
大丈夫よ。帰り道は完璧に覚えているから。私についてきなさい。
待ってよ和樹。
わお、すごい剣幕ね。何をそんなに怒っているの？
ワオじゃないわよ。全員は助からないってどういう意味？
Food. Not everyone will survive. Amane, please. Use your head, woman.
そういう可能性もあるという意味よ。早い段階で救助が来ればもちろん全員助かるわ。
じゃあもし救助が来なかったら？
それはその時に考えればいいことよ。編成された救助隊の捜索が打ち切られるのは早くて5日、遅くても14日。1週間経っても救助が来なければその時に考えましょう。みんなで。そんなに心配しなくても、あなたはかなりの確率で生き残るはずよ。
どんな根拠で？
そんなの決まっているでしょ。私のパートナーに選ばれたからよ。
本気で言ってるのそれ？
もちろん本気です。さて、質問は以上かしら？よろしい。では戻りましょう。
もう勝手にズンズン行かないで。
面倒な子ね。不安だから手をつないでほしいのなら
Oh my
はっきり
gosh.
とそう言いなさいの。
別にそういうわけじゃ。
Oh no, we're gonna need one for sure.
あらそう。じゃあいいのね。手をつながなくて。
I'll go ahead and do this now just in case. Because I don't know when it's going to happen, but I know it's coming.
つなぐ。
はい、お声が遠いのですが。
つなぎます。手をつながせてください、和樹様。
Well then.
あら、いい子ね。いらっしゃい、あまねちゃん。
もうこれからは勝手に一人で行動しないで。私心配したんだよ。
あなたが私を？
そりゃさ、私ごときがおこがましいとは思うけど。
いえ、そういう意味ではなくて、むしろ私を心配してくれる人がいることに驚いたというか。でもそうね、ごめんなさい。そんな顔しないで。まるで母親に置いていかれた子供みたいな顔じゃない。大丈夫。あなたを置いてどこにも行きはしないから。
約束？
ええ、約束するわ。さ、戻りましょう。
Since I was physically sturdy, I was usually the one being relied on by others. But at that moment, I realized I'd grown totally dependent on that diminutive girl, Kazami Kazuki. I wasn't used to leaning on others like a crutch. Clinging to someone usually made me feel more awkward than anything else. But that day, the distinct warmth of Kazuki's small hand was very reassuring.
冷たい手をしているのね、あまね。
ごめん。
いいのよ。私の母親もこんな感じの手だから。
私のことお母さんって呼んでもいいのよ。
あら、言うようになったわね。
Kazuki guided me by the hand back out of the forest. When we returned to the camp, we found everyone gathered in front of the tents, discussing plans for the future and proposing escape strategies. Of course, we were students from a school for rich young ladies with only the superficial appearance of maturity. Producing a perfect smile for a polite good day was the extent of the practical, non-academic knowledge we'd gained there. As such experience wasn't exactly of much use here, the majority of the ideas were unrealistic, founded on the assumption the world would arrange itself for our convenience. If anything, it could be called good fortune that a few halfway decent sounding thoughts were mixed in. For example, Stakamo's throwing a cell phone into the sky. However, the majority of these more worthwhile plans had already been tried out by the person who brought them up, all with little success. If this life and death situation, everyone tossed out any in this life and death situation, everyone tossed out any idea that popped into their head, grasping at straws in a desperate search for hope. But when someone proposed we capture a bird and wrap a letter around its leg asking for help, Captain Sakashita finally lost her temper at the sheer absurdity.
あなたたち、少しは真面目に考えたらどうなの？
そんな、私たちだって必死に考えて。
必死に考えてその程度なの。小学生だってもう少しまともな意見を口にするわよ。それとも何？この次はどうやって鳥を捕まえるかという議題で話し合うつもり？
何もそんな言い方しなくたって。ねえ。確かに、一番必死なのは坂下かもね。
私たちよりまともな意見があるなら言えばいいのに。
The stage whispers of her critics naturally reached Captain Sakashita's ears, as they were intended to.
あなたたち、言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言いなさいな。そんな陰口のように恥ずかしくはないの？
Captain Sakashita's irritated, impatient tone was no different from her usual scoldings during practice. But at that moment, we weren't in that usual situation. Tucked away in our safe gymnasium, it was a life or death emergency, and everyone was frantic. At such times, people instinctively seek out someone to rely on. The more desperate the situation, the more we throw aside rank and title and turn to raw competence. It felt like many gazes were beginning to concentrate in Kazuki's general direction. I don't think it was just my imagination. Captain Sakashita seemed to have noticed as well. Swallowed by what looked like an overwhelming surge of irritation, she abruptly grabbed a nearby fist-sized outcropping of rock, then squeezed it so hard her fingers turned white. Oh, this girl. This isn't good. We weren't going to achieve anything by continuing this attack on Captain Sakashita, and I think we all knew that. Even so, I understood the temptation to create a scapegoat, the irrational feeling that pushing all the bitterness and blame onto another would wipe away our own shortcomings, as if doing so would save us somehow. For most of the team members, the captain had become the scapegoat, and for the captain, it must have been Kazuki who filled that role. As the main authority figure, our advisor Mr. Ochi probably should have interceded by now, but he seemed intent on staying out of the conversation under the pretext of attending to the wounded. He never made a habit of intervening in the team's quarrels, a policy typical of teachers at all female schools, who know full well what a nuisance it is to get caught in the crossfire of a schoolgirl squabble. His normal approach was to smooth things over with the individuals involved after the fight died down. He was probably assuming that would be enough this time as well. What should we do? Not that I really have grounds to criticize his passivity. In the end, I glanced pleadingly at Kazuki out of the corner of my eye, hoping she would rescue us from this ugly situation. Apparently reading my mind from that small movement, Kazuki let out a short, resigned sigh, then slowly opened her mouth to speak. Welcome back, Isaac.
その言葉、私に言ったの？それとも彼女たちに？
みんなに言ったのよ。あなたにはどう聞こえた？
そういうあなたはさっきからずっと黙っているようだけど、何かいいアイデアはないのかしら？
おとなしく救助を待つという提案が一番最初に決まったはずですが。
何もしないでただ救助を待つというの？いつ来るかもわからない救助を。
いつ来るかわからないから無駄に体力を消耗したくないのです。幸いなことにスオさんのおかげで水源は確保できたことですし、接触すればしばらくは持ちこたえられますが、それとも。
Kazuki covered her mouth with her hand and narrowed her eyes in apparent amusement.
それとも以前私が申し上げたように一か八かの賭けに出てあの密林に足を踏み入れて脱出を試みますか？
As she spoke, Kazuki jerked her head in the direction of the overgrown humid jungle sealing our exit from the valley. Even from a distance, the tangled mass of plants exuded the indifferent menace of nature. Yeah, you know... The captain had emphatically shot down the suggestion only yesterday. Overturning that decision now was probably impossible. Cold sweat forming at my temples, I watched nervously as the captain's face changed color to an extremely disturbing shade of red. But in the next moment, Kazuki shot me a quick, suggestive glance. Oh, I get it. I abruptly jerked my hand into the air as if requesting a teacher's attention in the classroom.
よろしいでしょうか。
何かしら、スオさん。
やっぱり部長がおっしゃったように、うかつに森に入るのは危険だと思います。
それはもう誰もが理解していることよ。
ですからとりあえず1週間、この場で思いつく限りのアイデアを試しながら救助を待つというのはどうでしょう。
どうして1週間なの？
この手の遭難事故の場合、だいたい2週間で捜索が打ち切られるそうです。ですから1週間待ってみて救助が来ない場合は、その時にまたこちらから行動を起こすアイデアを話し合いましょう。
それを今話し合っているのでしょ？あなた何を言っているの？
それは
どうして1週間後にも今日と同じ体力が残っていると思えるのかしら。不思議。
なんですって？
Oh my god. I turned my head slightly to the side and shot Kazuki a brief glare. Not that she even noticed, judging from her unruffled, perfectly indifferent expression.
いや、でもまあ、つまりはそういうことです。とにかく1週間、思いつく限りの手段で SOS を発信しながら救助を待って、それでも救助が来なかったら、その時の体力や食料事情に応じた対策を話し合いましょう。
まあいいわ。確かに今はそれぐらいしかできることもなさそうだし。それでよろしいですね、先生。
ああ、とりあえずはそれでいいだろ
う。では最後に私からの忠告です。各自アイデアを出して実行するのは構いませんが、決して無茶のない範囲で行動するように。崖に足場を掘りながらよじ登るとか、そういった危険が伴うアイデアはくれぐれも実行しないように。以上。
Well, we're 2 days in already. With those clipped words of warning, the discussion finally ended, taking with it the tension that had hung thick in the air for so long. The rest of the group quickly broke up into their assigned pairs, whispering furtively to each other as they walked away from the meeting place. Of course, I was no exception, as Kazuki promptly stood up from her seat and made to leave. I chased after her and immediately offered a few words of complaint.
ちょっと、さっきのはひどくない？
Thank you for the hydrate posture check and stretch.
あら、何のこと？
また私に重要な発言を丸投げしたでしょ。私、和樹の腹話術人形じゃないんだからね。
変ね。私、あなたに何か言えと命令した覚えは全くないのだけれど。
Oh my god.
言わなくてもわかるわよ。それに目で合図したじゃない。
ええ、確かに合図は送ったけれど、まさかああも敏感に感じ取ってもらえるとは思ってもいなかったから、私もう嬉しくて。今日は一日ニコニコしていると思うけど、気持ち悪いとか思われないか心配だわ。
なんかいろんな意味で気持ち悪いのは確かね。
あまね、私はあなたがとても気に入ったわ。もし私が男なら間違いなくあなたにプロポーズしているわよ。
やめてよ、私そっちの趣味ないし。
ええ、大丈夫。私にも今のところそっちの趣味はないから。
At the moment.
今のところって。
Is she implying there's a chance she'll swing that way in the future?
まあ、絶対にないとは言えないわね。
だから私の心を先読みして会話をしないでよ。
Spaghetti is straight until it's boiled and cooked.
何にせよ、あなたのおかげで話がうまくまとまったのだから、1000の感謝を送りたいわ。
はあ、さいですか。そりゃよござんしたね。
それでもやはり残る懸念はあの部長ね。やっぱり私、あの子が嫌いだわ。
はっきり言うな。確かにちょっと上から目線が鼻につくけど、基本的に悪い先輩ではないと思うけど。
While her tone tended to be harsh, her directions during practice were appropriate and reasonable, and she cared more about the members of her team than you might assume. Currently, she was in a far more taxing situation than captaining a school team could have possibly prepared her for. Taking that into consideration, you could say she was coping fairly calmly.
確かにそうかもしれない。でも仮にも部という一つの組織をまとめる長なのだから、せめてブレインストーミングぐらいは理解していてほしいのだけれど。
何？
ブレインストーミングよ。
何それ？
ググりなさい。
Google it.
は？
説明が面倒な時の合言葉よ。でもまあそうね。通信手段が途絶している今この場では酷な言葉ね。まあ簡単。
は
Yeah, right? With what signal?
決めつけない。2、否定せずに何でも受け入れる。3、とにかく数を出す。4、結合する。以上の4つよ。つまりどんなにくだらない意見でも否定せずにとりあえず聞いてみて。一見して無駄のように思える意見でも他の意見と組み合わせることで有効な意見にできないかを考える。それがブレインストーミングよ。
おお、なんか天才っぽい。
茶化さないの。結構真面目な話をしているのだから。
ごめん。それで？
さっきの話し合いで彼女は他人の意見に否定をぶつけるだけで何一つ建設的な意見は口にしなかったでしょ。そう。例えば火を起こしてのろしを上げるとか、いっそ森に火をつけるとか。そんな意見に彼女はなんて答えたかしら？
There never is a signal to my brain. What are you talking about?
そ
The disconnect
れ
is
は確か
real.
もう試してみて効果がなかったんじゃなかったっけ？のろしの煙は重なった木々の枝で分散されちゃうし、山火事の場合は冬場ならともかく今の季節は森自体の湿度が高くてジメジメしてるから無理だって。
そう。他にはどんな意見があったかしら？
次はメール送信状態の携帯電話を崖の上に投げ込む？
それも佐久間先輩が何度も試して失敗しているわね。他は？
テントのシートを材料にしてタコを作ってあげるとか、鳥を捕まえて足に手紙を結びつけるとか。
あら、何か思いついた？
ねえ、タコに携帯電話を結びつけて空にあげるってどうかな？
そうね。試してみる価値はあると思うわ。
Chibi with that sticker. I know, right?
さっきの話し合いではそんなこと思いつかなかったのに。
あれもダメ、これもダメと否定するだけの話し合いに意味なんてないわ。くだらない意見も全て受け入れた上で、その中から複数のアイデアを組み合わせて新しい意見を考える。そういう発想があれば、あの話し合いも無駄ではなかったはずなんだけどね。
どうしてあの場でそれを言わなかったの？
だってまた余計なことを言って怒られたら嫌じゃない。それに物の考え方の価値って人に教わるより自分で気がついた方がずっと高級だと思わない？
例えばタコに
I
携
kept
帯電話を
forgetting
結び
to
つけて
fix
飛
the
ばすアイデア
toggles.
と
I'm
か？
sorry.
そう。そのひらめきが脳を活性化させるの。
やっぱりあなたは最初から答えが分かっていて、私に思いつかせるように会話で誘導したのね。
そういうものの捉え方は心外だわ。それともあなたは学校で数式を習っても同じように教師に噛みつくの？
今の私たちと学校での私たちじゃ置かれている状況が違うわ。
We may not be in school, but the same concept still applies.
何でも教えてくれる人が身近にいると自分では考えることをしなくなる。そういう観点で見れば同じことよ。
I made a little mini, like, meatballs made of ground chicken. And I put it in, like, some sort of gravy that I concocted together and then have it simmering away in my Instapot on slow cook. I just have to start some water for some noodles and then I'll just pour it over that.
私あなたのそういう回りくどいところが少し苦手。
気をつけるわ。
I felt like I was beginning to understand why my conversations with Kazuki sometimes felt slightly off. The discussions I had with this girl reminded me strongly of a classroom dialogue between a teacher and student. She never revealed the answers immediately, instead dropping vague, indirect hints. She clearly regarded those with no desire to learn as unworthy of her wisdom. Ben, hello, thank you for the 5-stream streak, I appreciate it. In other words, very much like a veteran professor. An aging department head with a knowing smile. If Kazuki deigned... Is it deigned? Is that how that's pronounced? My brain's just like, how do I pronounce this word? I need to look this up. I keep having to look up words. God damn it. How is this pronounced? Okay, I was pronouncing it right. Okay. Alright. If Kazuki deigns to consider the matter seriously, might she be able to find a way out of this whole mess in the blink of an eye? The more I thought about it, the more these little lessons of Kazuki seemed like an indirect way of rubbing my nose in my inferiority. The implied message was, you're incompetent. Frankly, it kind of pissed me off. And since I really was incompetent, I couldn't come up with any biting comebacks, which pissed me off even worse. I had an itching desire to show her up somehow, but what could I possibly hope to defeat her at? Ah, right. If nothing else, I'm probably a better cook. Yeah, there was a pretty good chance I could teach her a lesson or two in that arena. I latched onto that trifling point of superiority, imagining Kazuki fumbling around helplessly in the kitchen under my wise supervision. Geez, you're all thumbs, Kazuki, and all that. Before I knew it, there was a smile on my face. All of a sudden, this aggravating young woman looked like a cute little girl. I was slightly exasperated at my own simple-mindedness. I quickly put the culinary skills in question to use, whipping up our meager breakfast. As Kazuki and I were choking it down, I ended up telling her about that little daydream. Holy shit, Phantom! Thank you for the 25 stream streak. I appreciate it. I hope you and Ben are doing well today.
その単純さこそが人が自殺をしないためのシステムよ。
I don't know, where did my brain go? I have no idea. If you find it, can you please let me know? She responded with these pretty much incomprehensible sentences. That and a gentle smile. You're still working? Yeah, I assume so.
Condition! Unacceptable!
What the heck is with this girl anyway? Well, whatever. I'd finished my breakfast. It hadn't exactly filled my stomach and inspired a burst of energy for the day to come. But I nonetheless decided to take a little positive action by proposing the kite cell phone idea to the captain.
あなたもなの?
What do you mean, what you two? It's a good idea. I mean, hello, you put it up high enough and it catches wind, it can increase the height of it, and it would get rid of the whole ordeal of, you know, reception interference, considering the circumstances you're in right now with the freaking
It's time to be nice to yourself.
deposits that are interrupting any form of signal whatsoever.
どういう意味です？
Alright. Alright. 2 shuffles, 16th card. Gotcha. Eh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 13, 14, 15, and 16. Listen, bitch. Your opinions aren't tattoos. You can change them anytime. And 1 sip of water. Gotcha. Alright, we're good.
そのアイデアを私のところに持ち込んだのはあなたが初めてではないという意味よ。10分ぐらい前に金田小森のペアが来て試させてほしいって言ってきたの。
Then give it a fucking try! What have you got to lose at this point? Other than your sanity and your life.
そうなんですか。
No, we're not in a cave. We're technically in, okay. So what happened is that, this is in Amane's past. What happened is that they were on their way back from a camping trip with their team. And, they ended up running over a piece of scrap, like metal scrap from a truck or something that was, going along the road, and it got caught in the tire and the tire exploded. And in the process of that happening, they went over a cliff. There's 14 people, 3 people died, so there's 11 of them left at the moment, and one of them happens to be their teacher, so yeah. We're in a desperate situation because there's no cell phone signal because there's too many interruptions with mineral deposits that is causing interruptions between that and compasses, so they don't know what direction they need to go in. So, basically right now the consensus is they're going to hold off for an entire week and stay put before they decide to do anything drastic. And they're trying to come up with plans to get a cell phone signal out to send a message that they're, hey, we're here, we need help. And this bitch captain over here is just like, it's a stupid idea, let's not do it.
同じ実験を2つすることに意味はないし、他のアイデアを思いついたらまた来なさい。
わかりました。
Here's the thing. They're surrounded by a giant wall of rock, and then on the other side, it's literally a very dense forest where you can't tell which direction the sunlight's coming from. They can use it for time, but they can't use it for any form of sense of direction. And even then, if they could, which I think they still can technically, but the forest is just too dense, you would easily get lost because, again, you can't tell what direction you're going in because, well, it's a dense forest. You'll just end up getting lost and just starving and dying. I've been feeling a little proud of myself for coming up with a pretty decent idea. For some reason, it felt as though that achievement had been pulled out from under me. I trudged back to the tent, my shoulders drooping, and told Kazuki about the outcome. There was another pair that had hit on the exact same idea. Of course, Kaneda and Komori had participated in the same discussion and had the same information to work from. It wasn't that strange a coincidence. I'm not sure if there even is like one of the highest points, because it's a very dense forest that you can easily get lost in. And I'm not sure how big the size is. I can't remember off the top of my head just like how big it is. Indeed, Kazuki showed no surprise whatsoever. Quite the opposite. She nodded her head with the words, "Ah, I figured as much." From what she told me, something called reminisce was likely at work here. Oh my god, words.
レミニセンスというのはつまり情報を得た直後より一定の時間が経過してからの方が記憶の関連付けが進行する分早期や連結発想がしやすくなるという現象ね。
But if they burn it down, then they have no more resources, because that's literally where their water resource and the little food reserves they have.
また難しい話をしようとしている？
I still stand by what I said earlier. If it's okay for her to save up for makeup and for like tour tickets, it's a freaking model of the USS Enterprise. What harm is it gonna do? It's like she has her interests and you have yours. There's nothing wrong with it.
そうね。専門的な話をすると長くなるし、やめておきましょう。
Something in relation to a model of the USS Enterprise and turning it into a light for his room.
ぜひそうしてください。
それで何か他のアイデアは思いついた？
タコをあげて発見してもらうというのは他者の視覚に訴えかける通信、つまり光媒体の通信だよね。
ええ、そうね。
携帯電話を使うのはそのまんま電波通信でしょ。
はん、つまりそういうこと？
もしかして私が今から言おうとしたこともう分かっちゃった？
音による通信の可能性？
なんだ、やっぱりバレてた。
いいえ、私も今あなたの話で気がついたのよ。つまりバスのクラクションを鳴らすとか、そういった聴覚に訴えかける大音量装置による通信でしょ？
うん、そうそう、そんな感じ。
まさかとは思うけど、みんなで大きな声で叫ぶとか考えていた
Oh,
わけ
she
ではない
totally
わ
was.
ね。
She totally was picking up on the whole like screaming part.
それはその
Don't deny it, Amane. Do not deny it, woman.
考えていたんだ。
はいはい、考えてましたよ。どうせ私はアホですよ。
発想の着眼点は悪くないわよ。誰かに先を越される前に部長に報告してみたら？
一応報告はするけど、きっと私でなくても誰かが思いつくアイデアよね。
言ったでしょ？
Well, but realistically speaking, they really don't have much they can do to expend energy at the moment. Their line of thinking is that it takes upwards of 2 weeks for a rescue squad. So, well, not 2 weeks, but like initially the first week, they'll be searching around. They may as well stay in one area. That way, if they wander off, there's a lower chance they'll get found. That's the thing. That's what they're trying to do, is create like some form of signal, or to figure out how to reach out for help. Hence the whole kite situation.
まあ、それはわかるんだけどね。一つ思いついたらすぐに報告ってのもなんか頭悪いかなって。
And at insult to injury, they're kind of dire straits right now. They have limited food supplies, and there's also still one person that's severely injured and is currently dealing with some form of an infection because of the broken bones and everything else that has occurred since the accident happened.
だったらもう一つアイデアを用意したら？例えば、そうね。あまり現実味はないけれど、発想の一つとしてデジタル通信の可能性とかはどうかしら。
Yeah, the accident was that bad. Like I said, they went over a cliff, 3 people died. And 3 had really bad injuries. Like, one person had something stuck in their abdomen, which luckily it wasn't deep enough to be considered for internal bleeding, thankfully. Plus, like I said, one person had broken legs. Like, one of the was in the tibia and another spot, and then I think the other leg was what part was it affected? I think it was the her femur. But yeah, really bad injuries.
デジタル通信？
例えば、そう。森に行って、こう、長い木の枝を何本も集めて、それを縦に連結していけば、理論上は何百メートルだろうと長い棒が作れるでしょ？
Did I mention out of 11 of them, there is one singular male teacher? Just saying.
その長い棒の一端を私たちが掴んで、右に回転させれば0、左に回転させれば1とすれば、二進法のデジタル信号が送れるでしょ？
なんか、カズキにしては割とバカっぽいアイデアだよね、それ。
Hey, sometimes goofy ideas work, okay?
そうかしら。質量はともかく、重量の制限を受けない宇宙空間でなら、タイムラグのない超長距離高速通信に応用できそうなネタだと思うけど、ダメ？
ダメっていうか、宇宙って、なんだろうな。やっぱ、なんとかと天才って紙一重なんだね。今思い知った感じ。
だから発想の元というか、あくまでも着眼点の一つとして報告してみてはどうかしらというプロポーズなのだけれど。
まあそうね、そういう考え方もあるって感じで報告してみるけど、バカだと思われたら嫌だな。
Oh, please. She thinks anybody below her is an idiot, so it's not really gonna freaking matter anyway.
あなた、それは私に対して何気に失礼よ。
Yeah, they already took care of the wounded. They took sutures. Well, not sutures, but they had a lot of like camping supplies on the bus, and ended up stitching up the people who had injuries that required stitches. And Kazuki reset the bones and placed them as best as she could. And the girl's just been laying there, just like still, just moaning and screaming in pain because of how bad it is. After that, I offered the captain my second idea and received a fairly positive evaluation of worth looking into. I did give a half-hearted mention of the possibility of digital communication as well, but as anticipated, the captain's reaction was unenthusiastic. The concept clearly didn't quite click with her either, and I was left with a vague permission for experiments with a range of common sense. And now we're on an ad break, so I'm going to go ahead and swap over to our BRB screen and put some words on stream up, and I'll return after the ad break is finished. I just realized something with this game up. I can't open up the properties to words on stream to change the screen. I just realized that. And I can't remember the hotkey to minimize, well, not minimize, but crap. I hate it here. I wish it would let me check this, but I can't. Oh, wait a second. Ah! Ha ha ha! Never mind, I got it. I just have to double click on it. Hey, words on stream. Hello? Why are we doing this right now? Oh, wait. There we go. Alright, I fixed it. I'll bring it back. Well, I was trying to get back on time, but I guess not. Hey, Lon, how are you? Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. You know, for a second there I thought I saw a typo in my stream title, but then I realized it's not. Whoops. I was just like, wait a second, there's no typos there. The fuck? Bum, 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 bum. Thank you for the hydrate. Alright. Now we can continue. Okay, let me turn autopilot off. Okay. Okay, we're up to... Okay, I did give a half-hearted mention of the possibility of digital communication as well. But as anticipated, the captain's reaction was unenthusiastic. The concept clearly didn't quite click with her either. And I was left with a vague permission for experiments within the range of common sense. Shit! Wrong screen. My bad. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, I appreciate it. Well, the proposed experiment just involved gathering long sticks and trying to bind them together, so at least failure wouldn't be a complete waste of effort. We'd have secured ourselves a supply of firewood if nothing else. That said, the first priority was looking into the more realistic possibility of communication through sound. In other words, examining the ruins of the bus and seeing if the horn was still functional. As a matter of fact, I had a bit of knowledge about motor vehicles. I'd liked cars ever since I was a young child. Back in the day, I loved tagging along with my dad to the market every morning in our mini truck. I guess my somewhat tomboyish fascination with cars amused my dad. He used to let me sit on his lap and drive around and around the place for the fun of it. Of course, I'd gotten a little old for that, but I never lost my curiosity about automobiles. I'd picked up a bit of knowledge about how they function. No, not yet, Dag. It's coming up soon, though. Crawling through the broken rear window, I made my way into the overturned bus once again. Inside, the smell of leaking fuel had grown noticeably thicker in the air. After slowly and carefully making my way the length of the bus, I reached the driver's seat to find the key still seated in the ignition. But the cylinder had been firmly turned to the off position. Come to think of it, that was my doing. When I dragged Mr. Ochi from the driver's seat, I found the eerie glow of the dashboard backlight so creepy that I immediately switched it off. Clutching the key tightly, I said a small prayer to no one in particular, then twisted it to on. The dashboard sprung immediately to life, and I heard the distinctive stirring of the fuel pump motor. Apparently, the battery was still alive. Must have been a dry cell. With the vehicle sideways like this, the liquid electrolytes would have leaked out of a wet battery. I was tempted to keep turning the key to start, but the engine was probably a lost cause. I'd just be wasting precious battery juice in the attempt. First off, I was here to test whether the horn was operational. I gave the center of the steering wheel a light push with the palm of my hand, and a surprisingly loud blast of sound rang through the air.
よかったまだ鳴る
At the sudden sound, everyone in the valley turned as one to stare in my direction. For the moment, I'd confirmed the horn was operational. Now we had to consider how to make an effective use of it. Just blasting away aimlessly would run down the battery quickly, so it seemed necessary to discuss how and when we should utilize it. Turning the ignition back to off for now, I cautiously made my way back out of the bus.
クラクション使えるみたいね。
そうだねあとはどのタイミングで鳴らすかってのが問題かないくら鳴らしてもそれを聞きつけて救助を呼んでくれる人がそばにいなければまるで意味がないし
まずは音という要素を一つ確保したというところで満足するべきね。それをそのまま使うのか、それとも他の何かと組み合わせて使うのか、その辺は今後考えていきましょう。
Me? Bloodthirsty? What? What do you mean? I turned around and looked up in the direction of the road. At a guess, it was perhaps 200 meters distant from the bottom of the ravine we were trapped in. The sound of our horn would probably carry that far. But how are we supposed to know if someone was up there at any given moment? That was the biggest problem with this idea. From that distance, a car would be rumbling fairly noisily down the road and we likely wouldn't notice. I couldn't immediately think of anything other than the passive strategy of honking the horn at regular intervals in the hope of a coincidence.
捜索隊のヘリでも飛んできてくれれば分かりやすいんだけどな
ヘリコプターだと逆に自分の出す音が大きすぎてこちらの出す音に気がつかないんじゃないかしら。
そうかあ音がダメなら光はヘッドライトを取り外して空に向けて点灯してみたらどうかない
いアイデアだとは思うけど。
Wouldn't that also waste battery? Turning back and following Kazuki's gaze, I quickly discovered why she trailed off mid-sentence. After tumbling down a slope 200 meters in length, finally plunging into a pit-like valley, the bus resembled a gigantic piece of gum chewed up and spat out by a dinosaur. Well, there's always that option too. The roof was caved in, the windows were all broken, and the headlights and turn signals were no exception to the general rule. Every one was smashed beyond repair.
ダメか
室内灯とかテールランプの一つも生き残っていれば何かの役に立つかもしれないし調べてみましょう。
うんそうだね
Kazuki and I divided the job of searching the wreckage of the bus for potentially useful items, but the noticeably important things had already been carried out. The only new discoveries were a few discarded magazines and a slightly dirty blanket that had been used as cushioning in the luggage compartment, as well as a small metal box containing a bare handful of tools and a single fire extinguisher probably designed for use against vehicle fires. Nothing to write home about, in other words. I had tried to go in without much in the way of expectations, but there was definitely a part of me clinging to the faint hope of discovering something. An armful of canned food in some unexplored nook of the luggage compartment would have sent me back to camp jumping for joy. When that hope was dashed, the disappointment hit me much harder than I expected.
ねえカズキ私たちどうなるのかな
その質問今日だけで4回目よ。そして私は毎回同じ答えを口にしている。
なるようにしかならないしなんとでもなるから今はただ希望を捨てずにできることをしなさいだよね分かってはいるんだけどどうしてもね
For now, we simply do what we can. In those words, there was a slight glimmer of optimism, the suggestion that at some undefined later we would escape. But that vague hope was too slippery to cling on to. I couldn't see anything but overwhelming, unpredictable reality. The anxiety and uncertainty was almost too much to bear. It felt as though someone had suddenly dropped an enormous whale in front of me and told me to fillet it with a single fruit knife. Holding back tears, I was thrusting my tiny blade into thick, unyielding blubber, tormented by a sense of futility. Doubtful I was accomplishing anything at all. Just waiting for someone to tell me it's impossible, just give up. In such a situation, I couldn't help but sink into pessimism and passivity. Is help coming? When will they arrive? What if they never find us? Can we possibly escape on our own? Can we possibly survive this? I knew full well that anguishing over such unanswerable questions accomplished nothing. Before I realized that they were oozing out from the dark corners of my mind. Is this another one of those involuntary psychological defense mechanisms designed to push us through life? When I asked Kazuki, she shook her head and told me flat out, no, that's probably just your personality. During the time we spent in the bus, Kaneda and Komori apparently completed their kite. Everyone left their personal projects behind for a while and gathered to watch the launch. The string they'd used was a slender fishing line taken from the tackle box. Its tensile strength was a point of concern, so it was decided to run an initial test flight without the cell phone attached. The length of the line was about 100 meters, leaving aside the cell phone part of the plan. If we could get it up that high, someone might notice it from the road. But as it turned out, well, reality isn't quite that convenient. It was, after all, a kite made by a bunch of amateurs from rough visual memory. There wasn't any realistic chance it soared beautifully into the sky. After many failed launches, the makeshift kite ended up crashing into the ground and falling to pieces. To be perfectly honest, everyone gathered there had been more or less expecting as much from the very start, even the girls who constructed it. The failure didn't inspire any wailing or gnashing of teeth. Even if it had floated up perfectly, there was still the lid of trees hanging thickly over this valley. Weaving even a well-constructed kite up through the gaps in the canopy without tangling it hopelessly in the branches would clearly have been very different. Even so, Kaneda and Komori said they'd give it another shot, and immediately began repairing their broken kite. But apparently the general feeling was nothing more was going to come of this. Everyone left them alone with their mangled construction and headed back to their own stations. In the end, Kaneda and Komori never did succeed in getting the kite into the sky, and later that day, Mr. Ochi told me that it probably wouldn't have achieved much anyway. We were geographically quite close to the town Mr. Ochi had been born and raised in, and from what he said, the cell phone reception in the whole area was notoriously awful. What's more, take a look at a map, and there's a nicely paved national highway running straight through this region, but we'd fallen while driving down an old back road. Apparently, it was in frequent use when Mr. Ochi was a student here, but nowadays almost no one takes it without some specific and compelling reason. He chosen it as a detour, concerned about traffic on the highway heading home. Unfortunately, the entrance to the road was narrow and inconspicuous, and because of the poor condition of the surface, it was sealed off every time heavy rain fell. As a result, the traffic was extremely light. In the first place, we wouldn't have plunged off the road if there had been a proper guardrail on that tight curve. Even if we got a cell phone well above the cliff, there's a good chance it wouldn't pick up a signal. I thought we should probably pass on this information to Kaneda and Komori, who were even then absorbed in repairing their almost certainly useless kite. When I suggested as much, however, Kazuki frowned and told me let it be. Rather than wasting effort on a losing bet, wouldn't it be more effective to have them trying out something else? In response to that question, Kazuki smirked slightly, cocked her head slightly to the side, and asked me if I was willing to hear out a bit of complicated stuff. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. That lightly mocking body language of hers was getting on my nerves, but I agreed to listen. After stressing my request for the clear and concise version, of course.
私たちがここに来てまだ2日目よ。今はまだ拡散期です。つまり、今は多くの無駄を重ねて加減を学ぶ時期なの。放っておいても、そのうち勝手に学んで無駄をしなくなるわよ。
To summarize, we were newborn infants relative to this environment. We needed to be allowed to wail, wriggle around aimlessly, and pop things into our mouths. Otherwise, our maturation process would be crippled, apparently. I sort of understand what Kazuki was getting at, but when I thought about how those two would feel when they discovered their hard work had been in vain, I couldn't help wanting to let them know. Turning my back to Kazuki, I walked over to Kaneda-senpai. She was perched on a moderately sized rock, her brow furrowed with earnest concentration as she tried to untangle a complex clump of fishing line. Words!
Huh? まあ知ってたよ。
Kaneda received my hesitant advice with unexpected composure.
佐久間先輩からそんな話は聞いてたしね。佐久間先輩から？
I turned around to face the person in question, still tirelessly flinging her battered cell phone high into the air a few meters away.
どういうことです？
ああ、実は上の道路にいた時から県外だってのは分かってたんだ。
Slightly before the bus plunged off the cliff, Sakuma had casually opened her cell phone to check the time and noticed the words "no signal" in the corner of the screen. She remembered worrying idly about how we would call the police if we got in an accident out here.
じゃあ電波が入らないことを知っていて、それでも携帯を投げ続けていたってことですか？
まあそうなるかな。でも絶対に入らないと決まったわけじゃないし、たまたま私の携帯が県外だっただけで、他の携帯、他のキャリアなら入るかもしれないだろ。
For that reason, she decided to try borrowing Ibuki's phone, a different model on a different network, and tossing it instead. But Ibuki said if anyone was going to throw her cell phone around, it was going to be her. In the end, the two of them ended up out here tossing and picking up their phones together.
結局のところ、伊吹の携帯でもダメっぽいんだけど、ほら、私はこんな性格だからさ、無駄だって頭じゃ分かっていても、体を動かしてないと落ち着かないんだ。そういう性分なんだよ。
Thinking back, Sakuma had approached basketball with a similar mindset. No matter how overwhelming our opponent in the next match, she would practice diligently. Even knowing we would lose, even when she was the only one left in the gym, she'd keep right on going.
バスケの試合にしたってそうだけど、やれることはあったのにっていう後悔が一番悔しいと私は思うんだ。どうせ負けるにしろ、やるだけのことをやった上での敗北なら、勝利はなくても満足は得られるし、その次につながるだろ。
Words very typical of Sakuma, well known in our team for her silent dedication. She stood out for her skill, but had apparently removed herself from consideration for the captaincy, preferring to avoid placing herself above others. However, there was one person whose mood took a rapid, obvious turn for the sour at this little speech. Her roommate and the dormant partner in the valley, Ibuki.
私はクマ先輩のそういう無駄に暑苦しいところとか苦手です。それに電波が入らないって話、私は聞いてませんよ。
Ibuki had been drafted into this exercise in futility without her knowledge. Judging from the way she was biting her lower lip and squeezing her cell phone tightly in her hands, she wasn't happy about it. The girl had a tendency to complain fairly easily, a trait that often left her somewhat isolated from the group in both the classroom and on the team.
あれ？言ってなかったっけ？そういう大雑把で忘れっぽいところも嫌いです。悪かったよ、ブッキー。
Hi, I'm a scatterbrain too! With those words, Sakuma casually slipped her hand around Ibuki's waist, drew the younger girl close, and rested her chin on top of Ibuki's head.
ブッキーって呼ばないでください。
Pouting, Ibuki mumbled that even her classmates had started to pick up that stupid nickname. Apparently, even seemingly mismatched individuals could develop some fairly intimate bonds, given enough time together. Staring at the two of them, I entertained some idle speculation about which one would be wearing the pants, not even noticing my cheeks growing hot. Oh my god. Apparently, my trivial delusions were showing pretty clearly on my face, as Sakuma gave me a broad, almost boastful grin.
だから言っただろ。君たちが思っているほど私たちは仲が悪いわけじゃないってさ。
はあ。
君の相方はどうした？あの風見って子は放っておくとへそを曲げてすね始めるタイプだと思うよ。
まさかあの和樹ですよ。
Kazami Kazuki didn't need anyone's attention. To her, I was nothing but a personal chef, a convenient servant girl, an occasional object of amusement. And if Kazuki really needed to, I was pretty sure she could pick up cooking quickly enough. Give her a while and she'd probably be good enough to leave me very nearly worthless.
わかっちゃいないね。全然だよ、スオーアマネ。だったら君はどうしてあの風見和樹とのペアを選んだんだい？
それは
Like her, I didn't really have a choice in the matter. As for why things turned out that way, it was probably because we both realized I was the only person on the team capable of putting up with that fiercely unique personality of hers.
じゃあさ、風見に同じ質問をされたとき、こう答えてみればいいよ。
え？
As Sakuma leaned over to whisper in my ear, I caught a strong whiff of the refreshing citrusy scent of her body. The way her breath tickled my ears she spoke didn't help either. I froze stiff as a statue, unable to really focus on processing the meaning of her words.
それでバッチリ。風見が君のことをどう思っているかはっきりとわかると思うよ。
Yup, we are in the flashback and we are on day 2.
でも強い言葉だからあまり頻発しない方がいいと思うな。それが私からのアドバイス。
Also, hello, Nocturnal.
はあ、さようで。
I didn't really get it, to be honest. It felt like the most likely outcome would be Kazuki laughing at my face. Then again, it probably couldn't really hurt to give it a shot sometime, if I happen to remember.
ほら、お姫様がへそを曲げる前に戻りなよ。
お姫様ね。
Not that I found Sakuma's theory particularly convincing, but I did decide to head back in search of Kazuki. However, her shoes weren't in front of our tent. I took a quick look inside anyway, but there was no sign of her. What's this? Where'd she get to now? Well, Sakuma may not have been too far off the mark. Leaving Kazuki unattended for too long didn't seem to be the best idea, considering this habit of casually strolling off without a word. Don't tell me she's wandered off into the forest again? Maybe she was actually doing this on purpose? Waiting for me to come looking for her? No, I was definitely reading too much into this now. That said, there was no reason to think Kazuki was coming back anytime soon. And considering that blunt personality of hers, the longer I left her to her own devices, the more likely she'd end up quarreling and causing us trouble. I'm doing alright, and no need to be sorry about being late. No one is ever late. You guys show up on your own time. Although granted, it kind of is really confusing plot-wise, but considering you have previous experience with this visual novel, I don't think I have to worry too much about that. After having a little sigh and mumbling a few complaints about my nuisance of a partner, I ended up trotting off in search of her like the hopeless soft touch I was. As it turned out, though, my search wasn't a particularly arduous one. Kazuki's whereabouts came to light within 2 minutes. Hey Leonard, how are you? I discovered her shoes lying neatly side by side in front of the largest structure in our camp, the conspicuous 6-person tent.
カズキ、いるの？
When dealing with a tent, knocking isn't exactly an option, so I hesitantly called out to her through the door.
いるわ。入っていらっしゃいな。
うん。
As instructed, I removed my shoes and crawled into the tent. The interior was dimly lit, muggy, and filled with the overpowering stench of disinfectant and sweat. I let out a small reflexive groan of dismay.
どうだった？
I'm doing alright.
金田さんたちに伝えた？
Even as Kazuki spoke, she was applying disinfectant to Sakurai's wounded stomach. Maybe the gloomy lighting had something to do with it, but the gash across Sakurai's abdomen and the rough fishing line stitches holding it shut seemed all the more gruesome today, to the point I could barely stand to look at it.
悪いけど、手すきのようなら広岡さんの額のタオルを変えてあげてもらえる？
Exactly.
わかった。
I turned to the other side of the tent as requested. Hiroka-san was lying nearby with a damp towel on her forehead, repeating long, deep breaths. Her eyes were squeezed tightly shut. It was obvious at a glance that she was still suffering from the fever brought on by breaking both her legs. The howls and moans which had continued throughout the night had gone quiet that morning, so I'd assumed her condition had improved. But it was clear to me now that she'd simply lost the physical strength to scream.
広岡さん、大丈夫？
Anyone with a set of functional eyes could tell in a second that she wasn't remotely alright, but I couldn't find anything else to say. When I took the towel from her forehead, it was burning with such heat that it could have been resting on a hot iron plate. Thank you for the hydrate posture check and stretch. She was drawing regular repeated breath, but there was no response whatsoever to my question. Although she seemed to be awake, she didn't seem fully conscious of her surroundings. Soaking the hot towel in a plastic bag filled with cold water, I gave it a very light squeeze, then replaced it on Hiroka-san's forehead.
ありがとう、風見さん。
私じゃないわ。今あなたを見ているのは周防あまねよ。
ありがとう、スオさん。
そう、意識をしっかりね。呼吸のタイミングを忘れないように。
ごめんね。
いいのよ。
Kazuki kept up her conversation with Hiroko-san without even turning around. In that moment, watching the silhouette of her back in that dim tent was strangely reassuring to me. There was something strong, almost dignified about her just then, as though she were some famous physician, utterly confident in her role. Having completed her disinfection of Sakurai's wound, Kazuki began to quickly wind the bandages back into place, speaking in an ice-cold voice as she worked.
桜井さん、包帯で蒸し暑い上に縫った傷がかゆいのはわかりますが、かきむしらないでください。かゆみというのは軽微な痛みのことです。かゆいということは治癒が進んでいる証拠なのですから、どんなにかゆくても我慢してください。
はい、ごめんなさい。
どうしても我慢できないときは呼んでください。その時はまた消毒します。
わかりました。ありがとう。
また後で様子を見に来ます。
With those words, Kazuki crawled out of the tent, signaling for me to follow with a glance.
包帯を洗いに行こうと思うのだけれど、私はうまく手が使えないから、あなた付き合ってもらえる？
それは構わないけど。
じゃあ行きましょう。
I caught a quick glimpse of long strips of cloth blackened with blood in Kazuki's hands, presumably Sakurai-san's old bandages. But in the next moment, she turned her back on me and abruptly began to walk off. What was this? She seemed to be in something of a bad mood. Unfortunately, it was a little difficult to tell for sure in Kazuki's case, as she was more than a bit brusque at the moment, at the best of times. Wow, words. Holy shit.
広岡さんと桜井さんの状態はどうなのか。それが聞きたいんじゃなくて？できれば彼女たちには聞かれたくないの。移動しながら話しましょう。
Oh boy, if it does not want to be discussed in front of the two people in question, you know it's gonna be bad.
わかった。
Well, that explained the sudden exit. Kazuki's estimate of the medical situation wasn't as pessimistic as I had feared. Sakurai's abdominal laceration was apparently healing relatively steadily. The larger problem was Hiruka-san and her fractured legs. Although Kazuki had straightened her legs, pulled the bones into place, and fixed them with the makeshift splints, the blazing fever that accompanied the injury showed no signs of receding. Hiruka-san wasn't exactly what you could call robust or sturdy to begin with. At present, she'd weakened to the point that her body was incapable of accepting the nourishment it needed to heal. They tried to feed her a light soup, even crushing the small chunks of potato with a spoon to make them easier to swallow. But after swallowing a mere 3 mouthfuls, she insisted she was completely full. And continuing to feed her regardless only resulted in her vomiting back the entire meal.
それでも安静にしていれば少しずつ回復に向かうとは思うけれど。
Well, yeah, with an infection like that.
時間がかかるってこと？
Well, not infection, but with injuries like that, it's a bit hard.
それもあるけれど、薬が絶対的に足りないわ。
Our only source of medical supplies was a single first aid kit we kept on hand to treat scrapes during practice. Although we were well stocked in band-aids, disinfectant, and pain-relieving patches, we lacked antibiotics to prevent lacerations from festering, and drugs to bring down the agonizing inflammation caused by bone fractures.
彼女たちは自分たちが集団の中で負担になっていることを気にしているわ。わざとらしく優しく接すると彼女たちの自責に拍車をかけかねないから、できるだけ自然に接してあげた方がいいわ。
And that would explain why she seemed oddly impassive back there, I guess. Well, I had to admit it would probably be exceptionally creepy to have Kazami Kazuki of all people treating you with tender compassion.
それで、あなたの方はどうだったの？携帯電話の電波が入らない可能性があることを金田・小森のペアに伝えに行ったのでしょ？
あ、うん。彼女たち、そのことを知っていたみたい。
そう。
無駄かもしれないと分かっていても、他に何もすることがないし、可能性もゼロじゃないからって。それと、佐久間先輩からの新情報だけど、上の道路でも携帯は圏外だったみたい。先生も先輩も、なんでもっと早く言ってくれなかったのかな。
I mean, yeah, it would have been nice to know that beforehand, but you know.
電波の入りが悪かったのは先生が学生の頃の話だから、今は改善されている可能性もあるという希望を残しておきたかったのかもしれないわね。それにこんな状況でしょ。先生としてもなるべくネガティブな意見は口にしたくなかったんじゃないかしら。
気持ちはわかるけど、そういう情報って早めに出し合った方がいいと思うな。それに変にペアなんか組まずにみんなで一丸になって情報を出し合ったり、仕事を分散した方が効率がいいと思うけど。
This whole idea of dividing ourselves into pairs that would operate independently had been Kazuki's suggestion. It's true that the difficulty of keeping everyone supervised was dramatically reduced under this system, since everyone would naturally be keeping an eye on their partner. But that was pretty much the only benefit I could see. Everyone cooperating seemed more likely to produce good ideas, and it felt like operating in one large group would reduce the weight any given individual was carrying on their shoulders.
それがそうでもないのよね。意見の数が増えるだけではまとまりに欠けるし、負担が減りすぎる個体が出てくるのも。
Oh, look, it's a Miorin. Hello, friend. How are you?
どういうこと？負担が減りすぎる？
あまね、あなた働きアリの法則って知ってる？
知らない。
Oh, you've been here for a while?
あり？
Well, I still appreciate the lurking nonetheless.
話すと長いから選択しながら説明しましょう。
Apparently, Kazuki had pushed us to adopt this pair system, with all its seeming drawbacks, in an attempt to avoid a specific organizational problem known as the worker ant principle. It was obvious she was fully prepared to give me another headache-inducing lecture, so I asked her to give me the short version, which went something like this. Within any relatively organized group, the appearance of individuals who toil diligently at their job tends to be counteracted by others beginning to neglect their work. For example, an ant society. Inside a colony, an organization operating under the leadership of a queen ant, there are apparently not only the familiar worker ants, but also a sizable population of slacker ants that spend most of their time wandering around aimlessly. If you pick out all the hard-working ants who take their duties seriously and place them in a brand new colony, a fairly consistent percentage will lose their previous enthusiasm and transform into slackers. And back in the old nest, where all the hard workers have suddenly vanished, a good chunk of the slacker ants will soon begin throwing themselves vigorously into their work. It's apparently a well-observed phenomenon. This principle isn't limited to ants alone, it applies to human societies as well. This natural tendency to lean heavily on the overachievers makes efficiently managing an organization in the long term much more difficult than one might imagine. By dividing us into pairs, the colony was decentralized. Everyone was essentially forced to help their partner, making it harder to coast along as a slacker. On top of which, it would be possible to encourage competition between the small groups, producing a meteoric rise in net productivity per capita or something. I did more or less understand what she was trying to say, but but to be perfectly honest, I couldn't shake the feeling she was just deftly pulling the wool over my eyes.
つまり、
I
ちゃん
mean,
とした意味があって、
about
ペア
that.
制度を採用しているってこと？
そういうこと。今はそのメリットをあまり感じ取れないかもしれないけれど、そうね。例えば集団の中で喧嘩が発生した時とか、その意味が見えてくると思うわ。
よくわからないけど、和樹がそういうのならそうなんでしょうね。
なんだかそれ、あまり好きではない言いようだわ。言いたいことや不満があれば遠慮なく言いなさいと言ったでしょ。
ごめん、別に不満とか思ってないし、 ただ和樹の言うことなら間違いないかなって、そういう意味で言っただけだよ。
あなたは私の奴隷ではなくお友達でしょ？それともそんな風に思っているのは私だけ？もしそうならそれはあまりにも悲しいわ。
怒らないでよ。別に皮肉を言ったつもりもないんだし。
もしあなたが私とのペアに不満があるのなら他のこと変わってくれても構わないのよ。
ああ、その言い草こそ傷つくな。あなたこそ別に私じゃなくても便利な女なら誰でもいいのね。
Oh, damn.
そうは言っていないでしょ。
そう聞こえたもの。あなたこそ私とのペアに不満を。
Oh, boy. All of a sudden, the word Sakuma had whispered into my ear popped vividly into my mind.
何？あって。だいたいあなた、どうして私とのペアなんて受け入れたの？
それはね、和樹のことが一番好きだからだよ。
Oh, boy, here it goes.
はい
？Oh,
だから
God.
このメンバーの中で私は和樹のことが一番好きだからあなたとペアを組んだの。
You're sending mixed signals. You're giving her psychic damage. Kazuki.exe is gonna stop working.
そう。
和樹は私のこと好き？
包帯を洗わなきゃ。
She's frustrated.
和樹？
Oh, you frustrated the fuck out of her with that one, Amane. Huh? What? Was this really happening? Kazami Kazuki flustered with embarrassment? Amazing, Sakuma senpai. It really worked. I'll give a testimonial for your infomercial.
ねえ和樹、私のこと好きなんでしょ？それも大好きなのね。
Oh, now you're taking it too far, Amane. You're just gonna make it worse.
私は今忙しいのよ。くだらないことを話している暇があったら手伝ってほしいのだけれど。
あごまかした。図星なのね。
図星とかそういう、どうしてそんな言い方をするの？言わなくてもわかることでしょ。
I don't know. Do we? How about you answer it? How about you say something?
和樹。
Oh no. Here it comes. She was so ridiculously adorable that I just couldn't help myself. Sneaking up behind Kazuki, I gently rested my hands on her shoulders, then leaned forward and nuzzled my nose against the back of her head. With a hysterical little shriek that could only be described as alarmingly out of character, Kazami Kazuki jerked forward, lost her balance, and pitched face first into the marshy stream.
和樹ごめん、大丈
あなた、自分には同性愛の趣味はないって言ってなかったかしら？
いや、ないけ
Oh
どさ。
my god.
でも今はそれも悪くないかなってちょっと思ってる。そう、あなたとなら。
うかつだったわ。いい？あなたが今感じているその感情は吊り橋効果で説明ができます。落ち着いて。
You can't logic your way out of this one, Kazuki. You can't. You can't logic out of it. No. Thank you for the hydrate posture chicken stretch.
脱がしてあげる。
いや、落ち着いて。そこは動かないで。それ以上近づいたら悲鳴をあげるわよ。
ごめん、冗談だってば。
My model froze on me. Excuse. Okay, there we go. I was like, wait, what the fuck just happened?
冗談。
だから私にそっちの趣味なんて本当にないから安心して。ほら、いつまでも冷たい水の中に座ってると風邪ひいちゃうよ。ほら、手を出して。
Ignoring Kazuki's bitter scowl, I offered her my hand, which she accepted with a great show of reluctance.
ひどい目にあったわ。
You're really gonna ask that question, Kazuki? Really?
は だからごめんって冗談が過ぎたよ。
あなたの冗談は笑えないわ。
おお、和樹の口からそんなセリフが聞ける日が来るとは長生きはするもんだよね。
言ってなさい。私をいじめると夜中にお化けが来るんだから。
Somebody's super embarrassed right now.
やめてよ、夜おトイレに行けなくなっちゃうじゃない。
そもそもここにはトイレなんてないわよ。
機嫌直してよね。さっきのは確かに冗談だけど、私が和樹のことを好きだっていうのは本当だから。
どうせ誰か悪い先輩にでもそう言えって入れ知恵されたのでしょ。いいからさっさと洗濯を済ませてしまいましょう。
The callouts.
もうそういうこと言う子は可愛くないぞ、和樹。
生まれてこの方可愛いなんて母親にも言われたことなんてないわ。
あ、ちょっと和樹、制服は脱がないでいいの？
大丈夫よ。夏だしすぐに乾くわ。
I mean, she has her point.
胸が小さくても笑ったりしないよ。
どうしてあなたはそういうことを平気で言うの？なんだかあなた
No matter how small your tits are, I won't laugh. Oh my god.
もともと私はこういうキャラだし、あなたという存在に慣れてきたってことじゃないかな。
そうやって私をおもちゃにしてればいいのよ。いつか罰が当たるんだから。
何、どうしたの？犬？
I looked down to find a toy baby dog at Koski's feet, rubbing its face up against her legs and snuffling in evident curiosity.
これって小森さんの飼っている犬？
そうみたいね。
何？和樹って犬が苦手なの？
Oh, she's gonna eat this one up, isn't she?
そうじゃないけど、急に茂みの中から飛び出してきたからびっくりしたわ。
びっくりした。
飼い主は？小森さんはいないの？この子一人でここまで来たのかな？
そうみたいね。喉が渇いているみたいだから水の匂いをたどってここまで来たのかもしれない。
そっか。じゃあちょっと待ってて。今お水汲んであげる。
やめた方がいいわ。
どうして？
この手の品種改良が施された小型犬は内臓が弱いことがあるし、飼い主の許可なく生水はあげない方がいいわよ。
あ、そうなんだ。でも私昨日からここのお水ガブガブ飲んでるけど全然平気だよ。
あなたは見るからに健康だし、生水ぐらい全然平気だと思うけれど、この子は見るからに繊細そうだから一度煮沸してから飲ませた方がいいんじゃないかしら。
その言葉何気に傷つくぞ。
She was just referencing how healthy you are.
キャンプに戻れば煮沸済みのお水があるからそれをあげましょう。我慢できる？
Although it almost certainly didn't have the first clue what Koski's words meant, the little dog responded with a high-pitched bark and began wagging its tail happily.
そう、いい子ね。
嘘。和樹って犬と会話するキャラ？
あのね、私だって一応そういう女の子らしい一面だってあるわよ。
まあわかるような気もする。
Kazuki did seem likely to turn into one of those hardworking career women, the hard-ass middle manager in a pantsuit who ends up blazing right past marriageable age without sparing the time for men. And this was exactly the sort of dog she'd be keeping in her apartment to help distract from the loneliness of her existence. Working like a maniac during the day, chewing out her male underlings at every opportunity, earning the intimidated awe of the other women, getting herself the ignominious title, Tyrant Queen of the Office. Then rushing home to her apartment at night, greeting the fluffy ball of fur waiting at the front door with a sugary "Mommy's home poopsie" or something. Then proceeding to pamper it with gourmet meals, maybe even dressing it up in little sweaters, keeping up a simpering stream of baby talk all the while.
今私あなたのリアルな未来を
Oh
少しだ
my
け想
god,
像して
really?
ちょっと涙が出そうになったわ。
そう。一体どんな未来を想像したのか詳しく聞いてみたい気もするけれど、聞かない方が心の健康には良さそうね。とりあえず、包帯も洗い終わったし、戻りましょうか。この子も飼い主のところに連れて行かないといけないし。
Oh, I've had it for a while. I'm just using it for a little bit and just kind of rolling with the punches with it. I'm not gonna like keep this one permanently. I'm still gonna use my old one though. Well, not old one, but main one. With those words, Kazuki bent down and scooped up the dog playing at her feet into her arms. Also, hello, Alex. How are you?
あ、和樹片手じゃ大変でしょ。ワンちゃん私が預かるよ。
そう。じゃあお願い。
あれなんか嫌がってる。ほらワンちゃんこっちおいで。どうしたの？
I like how it's supposed to be a toy breed, but it just sounded so menacing, like it was like a hound dog or like one of those dogs that runs around and just hunts down things.
あまね、あなた犬に嫌われるタイプ？
おかしいな。そんなことないと思うんだけど。っていうか逆に和樹はどうしてそんなにその子に懐かれてるの？前からお友達？
Yup, we're currently into day 2.
いいえ。小森さんが犬を飼っているのは知っていたけど、見たのは初めてだし、名前だって知らないわ。
Gamori's love for dogs was well known among the team members, and I'd heard about her puppy, but this was my first time seeing it as well. Gamori had been so anxious and lonely at the prospect of being separated from her dog during the sleepaway training camp that she ended up smuggling it in with her. At the planning meeting before the trip, she timidly tried asking the captain for official permission to take her pet along as a companion, but naturally the answer was a curt, "School trips are not your personal vacation." But Komori simply couldn't bring herself to leave the puppy behind. In the end, she decided to hide the animal in her sports bag, then apologized once we arrived at the campground and the deal was done.
この犬なんて種類だっけ？マルチーズ？
シーズーでしょ？あなた、小型犬は何でもマルチーズに見えるの？
Shih Tzus are adorable.
だって小型犬なんてマルチーズかチワワぐらいしか知らないもの。あとトイプードル？
どうでもいいからこの子を受け取ってよ。結構重いわ。
Well, yeah, Shih Tzus can weigh upwards of like... Actually, no, it's still a puppy. It should be less than like 10 pounds. If anything, it's probably like between 6 and 7 pounds. But given the fact that her other arm is injured right now. When I reached out toward it, the tiny dog bared its fangs and gave a sharp bark of warning. Yeah, dogs really don't like her.
嫌われてるんですけど、なんで？
何か悪いことでもしたの？この子の餌を盗み食いしたとか。
和樹、あんたもしかして私を食いしん坊キャラにしようとしているの？
If anything, dogs tended to like me, and I did remember mistreating this animal in the 5 minutes I'd known it. It almost felt like, rather than having a problem with me in particular, the dog just didn't want to be carried by anyone other than Kazuki.
もしかしてこの子、和樹のことを群れのボスだと思ってるんじゃない？
はい？ああ、犬は飼われている家の中でボスを決めるっていうあれのこと？
うん、そう。多分だけど、この子は群れのボスを本能で嗅ぎ分けてるんじゃないかな。
それがどうして私なの？私より偉そうな人間なんて他にもいるでしょうに。
それ、素で言ってるから和樹ってすごいよね。
何が
？That dog seemed to have recognized Kazuki as the alpha of the pack. Not the captain, not her teacher. Titles don't mean much to an animal, but they're sensitive to confidence, pride, and bossiness. And to be honest, I don't think there were many people who could compete with Koski on any of those fronts.
とにかくこの犬は私が連れて行けばいいのね。まったく飼い主は何をしているのかしら。
In the next moment, as if to answer Koski's mild mutters of complaint, we heard the panicked voice of the girl in question. I like how she's still referencing it as a chihuahua.
だからシーズーだってば。
こっちこっちにいるよ。
うるさ。急に大きな声を出さないでよ。
あ、ごめん。なんか和樹ってさ、大きな音って嫌いだよね。
私はあなたと違って体も小さいし繊細なのよ。
A small and delicate creature, my ass.
さ、私が大雑把で無神経な女って設定やめてもらっていいかな。
Thank you for the hydrate posture check and stretch. We do have another ad break popping up here in under 2 minutes. Ugh. Oh god, it's already almost 6:30. I didn't even realize it. Whoops.
アリオンならここにいるわよ。
The instant Koski lowered the dog to the ground, it trotted over to Komori-san and jumped into her waiting arms.
よかった。急に姿が見えなくなったから心配しちゃった。ねえ、アリオンって？
その犬の名前よ。
なんで名前知ってるの？さっきは知らないって言ってなかった？そうか、あーくんって呼び名から名前を推理したとか？
首輪よ。さっき見たら首輪のプレートにアリオンって書いてあったから。
I mean, she's smart, but really? Come on.
そうなんだ。なんだ。
いくら私でもアーくんからアリオンを推理するのは無理だと思うわよ。あまり私を超人だと思わないでね。
なんか和樹の場合、その人の好きな数字を聞いただけでその人の人生を10年先まで言い当てそうな気もするのよね。
あなた、私のことを妖怪か何かと勘違いしてない？
Alright. Before ad break starts, I'm going to go ahead and stop over to our BRB screen, put some words on stream up, and I'll return for about like 10-15 minutes after the ad break is finished.
Fuck! 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 Oh!
What the hell, Phantom? I come back in and you scare the crap out of me with that. God damn. Literally walked back in the door. Next thing you know, it's just like screaming. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Oh my god. Wow. Rude.
いや、さすがの私もそこまでは言ってないけどさ。
That said, if someone were to tell me they'd seen her brewing potions in a cauldron by moonlight, I don't think I would have dismissed this story out of hand.
見つけてくれてありがとう。
Oh god.
ちょっと目を離してる隙にいなくなってしまって。
See, now you get your USS Enterprise light. Good job.
その子、喉が渇いているみたいだけど、あなた、ちゃんとお水あげてる？
No, we're still in the second day.
でも、この子お腹が弱いから専用のお水しか飲めないし、この子のためにも。あ、もしかしてこの子にそこのお水飲ませちゃった？
いいえ、飼い主の許可もなく勝手に生水を飲ませない方がいいと思ったから飲ませなかったわ。
そう、よかった。ありがとう、気を使ってくれて。
いいのよ、私も犬は好きだし。可愛い子ね。男の子？
へえ、そうなの。この子のお母さんっていうのが去年のドッグショーで国内2位になったダイアナで、お父さんが。
Crap, this seems like it's going to last a while. For the disinterested layperson, listening to the prideful boast of a dog fancier is sheer agony. Oh my goodness. Well then, how can I make my escape? Maybe I should just counterpunch and start lecturing these two about the relative merits of the TE-27 and 510 Bluebird? But as I was idly pondering these matters, from the sky above the quiet forest, usually silent but for the cries of birds and the whispering of branches, there came a soft but distinctive sound of propeller blades tearing through air.
和樹！この音ってヘリだよ。ヘリコプターの音だ。戻ってみんなに知らせなきゃ。急ごう。
We broke into a desperate run, craning our necks to watch the sky through cracks in the trees. The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades grew louder by the second. Soon, even the howling of its turboshaft engine was perceptible through the din. Knowing that it was coming closer by the moment, we couldn't help but shout pointlessly for their attention. When we reached the camp, everyone had already gathered underneath an opening in the canopy. Waving their arms furiously, they shouted to the sky. "Hey, down here!" Our voices were powerless, but still we rubbed our throats raw. Some of the group was frantically gathering whatever wood and grass they could, using old magazines from the bus as kindling in an attempt to produce smoke. Others were picking up baseball-sized stones from the ground and throwing them into the sky with all their might, even knowing it was futile. This isn't enough. We need something to really announce our presence. The horn? Hello? I sprinted to the bottom of the ravine, my legs burning with exertion. Crawling into our overturned bus, I stumbled frantically down its length to the driver's seat. At my first violent twist, the key caught stubbornly in the ignition and refused to turn. After a few fumbling moments, I pulled the key all the way out, then jammed it firmly back in. After what seemed like an eternity, the cylinder finally moved to on. Please notice. I pressed down on the horn button at the center of the steering wheel with all the strength I could muster. That was so loud. A grating electronic sound echoed in the air, shaking my eardrums, but all too quickly. The powerful blast of the horn ate away at what little charge was left in the battery. The volume decreased with every passing second. There is no beach! And as the helicopter slowly passed overhead, the droning of its blades all but erased every other sound in the valley. Soon enough, that noise diminished into the distance and was gone. We did what we could. We tried everything. But there was no way to know if it had been enough.
ねえ、どうだった？こっちに気がついた？そんなのわかんないよ。でも右に向かって飛んでいたのに こちらに向かって進路を変えましたよね。それってこちらの存在に気がついたってことじゃないんですか？
だったらなぜ飛び去ったのよ。気がついたのなら戻ってくるか、この上を旋回したりするんじゃ
That
ない
would
の？
cause an explosion. There's a gas leak already. Why would they do that? You asking them to get themselves killed?
あれは私たちを探しに来たヘリじゃなくて、どこか民間のヘリなのかもしれません。こちらに気がついたのなら無線とかで
あ、
連
shit
そうですよ。それに燃料が残り少なくて一旦戻っただけかもしれません。またすぐに戻ってくるんですよ。きっとそうです。
In that moment, we were all united in a surge of hope. It wasn't just the prospect of immediate salvation. We had spent nearly 2 full days in this place, an isolated island devoid of any hint of human presence. It was beginning to feel as though the rest of the human race might just have vanished from the earth in the instant we plunged off that cliff. And then, that helicopter passed by. What am I getting bonked for? Even if they didn't notice us this time, another chance would come. We weren't stranded on some uncharted island. We were within eyeshot of a road that connected to the normal world, where our normal lives were waiting for us. Another chance would definitely come. Everyone believed that. Unquestioningly. We watched the sky until it grew dark. Evening arrived with surprising swiftness. In the end, the helicopter did not return that day. Amazing ideas? Yeah, sure. Sure, if you're willing to sacrifice not just your life but other people's in the instance that an explosion happens. Considering you're on a relatively small area of land, yeah. Let's see. You're surrounded by a forest as well. That's gonna catch fire. Eventually, you're just either gonna end up dying from breathing in too much freaking smoke, or something else is gonna happen. I'm not. It's not that I'm not recognizing. I'm just being realistic.
ねえ、カズキ。あのヘリって何だったのかな？
How am I sounding like a game master? God damn it.
さあ、あまり詳しくはないけれど、タンデムローター機だったみたいだし、CH47 とかいうやつじゃないかしら。
いや、機種が知りたいわけじゃなくってさ。
I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic. Although in situations like that, people don't really sit back and realistically think about things like that. They're just like, it's a desperate situation. You got to do what you got to do. I understand both aspects of it.
ああ、つまり、
But I'm just being
私たち
realistic,
の救助に
okay?
来たヘリなのか、それとも偶然通りかかった民間のヘリなのか、それが気になるのね。
うん。まあ、そういうことになるのかな。
おそらく後者でしょうね。あの手のヘリを所有運用しているのは米軍か自衛隊か。どちらにせよ、私たちを探しに来たヘリではなく、偶然通りかかっただけだと思うわ。
やっぱり、そうなんだ。
落ち込むことはないわ。またいずれこの上を通ることもあるでしょうし、その時は今度こそ無視できないようにすればいいのよ。
具体的にはどうするの？
そうね。今日あのヘリが来た時、佐久間さんがヘリに向かって石を投げていたでしょ。
全然届かなかったけどね。
だから次の機会までに森で木を切り倒して投石機を作りましょう。
Imagine having a catapult at your
ど
discretion.
うせ
Oh
な
my
ら
god.
人が投げられないぐらい大きい岩を飛ばしてぶつけてやれば嫌でも気がつくんじゃないかしら。
そんなの、もし本当に当たったら墜落しちゃうんじゃん。
好都合じゃない。撃墜すれば墜落機を捜索するために何機もヘリが来るわ。全部落としてやりましょう。
いや、だから落としてどうするのよ。助けてもらおうよ。
それが私のスパルタ式ジョークってやつよ。
うふふじゃねえよ。
Damn. Not funny, Kazuki. You're one to complain about my jokes being in bad taste. When I closed my eyes for a moment in exasperation, my head drooped to the side. My body was urging me to collapse. That was more than enough for tonight. Tomorrow would probably be another brutally hot day. But for the moment, the night breeze was chilly against my skin. Following Kazuki into our tent, I wrapped myself tightly in my sleeping bag, and within minutes sunk like a stone into oblivion. But if you close your eyes... The third day in the valley. When society slumps into an economic recession, it seems high-achieving graduates from elite universities often have an even harder time finding employment than their less brilliant peers. Normally, you'd think businesses facing difficult times would want skilled new employees to help them turn things around, but when a company's focused entirely on treading water and protecting the status quo, providing good positions for intelligent and ambitious new hires can be very difficult. And if you're just going to be wasting hotshot talent on trivial chores, might as well just hire cheaper, less skilled workers to start off with. Or so the thinking goes. As for why I'm bringing this up all of a sudden, it recently occurred to me that Kazami Kazuki's situation within our team is something like that of the elite graduate in a recession. She has exceptional, even unique skills. In terms of raw ability, she's in a different league from Captain Sakashita. But since her rank is freshman, the very bottom of the totem pole, that talent puts her in an awkward position. Everyone, yeah, right? It feels like nothing has changed at all, right? Everyone recognizes and respects Kazuki's intelligence. But that doesn't mean they're ready to overturn our familiar system of authority, mainly because nobody knows where they'd stand in the new pecking order. Realistically speaking, I would believe that this actually takes place back, I think, either shortly after or as the worldwide global recession of 2008 happened. I think this is around the time, but I don't know if this is actually going to be forced into the timeline. But around the time that this occurred, yeah, that that was during an actual recession. Kazuki told me that pride isn't inherently a bad thing. The way she sees it, a moderate sense of self-respect can be a balm for the soul. But still, an overdose of medicine is just another way of poisoning yourself.
Amane?
Yeah, just afterwards, yeah.
Amane?
Sea turtles, it worked with the pirates. They're not surrounded by ocean. That's the thing. They literally traveled through the mountains to go camping.
こっちだよ、カズキ。
So there aren't any turtles.
あなた、また日記をつけていたの?
Just make an ocean then? Oh my god.
なんていうか、癖で暇な時に思いついたことを書き殴ってるだけなんだけどね。
It's kind of steaming that way, isn't it, high tech?
いいことよ。こんな状況だからこそ、そういった日常の行動が心を安定させるし、日記をつけることで、
I know I'm going way over my typical stream time, but
冷静な判断力を得るという意味では、
I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop, and I know I have to eventually. It's almost 7.
いや、そこまで考えて書いてたわけじゃないけどね。
But I have to. I haven't eaten dinner yet.
私もよく書くもの。
I know that I don't have D&D tonight, but still, it's just like, I don't want to stop because I want to get through this. But at the same time, it's just like, I don't want to, but it's just like, I have to wait until, I have to wait an entire week to just finish this up, and it's just like, no, I don't want to.
カズキも?
No, I can't do that.
ええ、紙に書くことはしないけれど。
It's called self-care, Dag. I can't sit and stream for 12 hours without realizing it like you can.
どういうこと?
脳に書き込んでいるのよ。
それって頭の中身を頭に記してることにならない？
通常記憶用の脳みそと日記用の脳みそを使い分けているのよ。私、脳みそが5、6個あるってお医者様に言われたことがあるの。
It's still over 12 hours. It still stands.
本当に？
もちろん冗談よ。
As always, Kazuki's attempt at a joke wasn't amusing in the slightest. The idea of her having half a dozen brains stashed away somewhere like some biological supercomputer felt far too plausible. I felt more like shuddering than laughing.
で、私に何か用事？
Again, self-care. Like I said, I can't stream for more than like 7, 8 hours, and even then, that's kind of pushing it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, don't get me wrong, I love streaming, but it's just like I gotta know when I need to take breaks.
うん、そうだった。ちょっと毒ダミの葉を摘んできてもらえないかしら。
毒ダミってあの臭いやつ？
そう、沢の近くにたくさん自生していたでしょ。あれを摘んできてほしいの。
まさかあれ食べるの？
食べられないわけじゃないけど、今回は薬に使うわ。
薬？何の？
かゆみ止め。薬のストックが乏しくなってきているから、代用の効くものは代用します。
Anti-itch medicinal
で
properties.
きれば
Nice.
よもぎなんかもあると嬉しいけれど。
よもぎって草餅に練り込むあれのこと？どんな草なの？
見たことないの？どこにでも自生しているのに。
ああ、これでも私都会っ子だし、草餅は作ったことあるけど、業務用のペーストを使ってたから。
Bum bum bum.
仕方がないわね。
Kazuki pursed her lips and glanced around the area. Her gaze settled on Koide Ritsu, who was sitting idly on top of a rock nearby, apparently not quite sure what to do with herself.
小出さん、私、彼女と草摘みに行こうと思うのだけれど、大テントで広岡さんと桜井さんに付き添っていてもらえませんか？
はい。でも
汗を拭いたり水を飲ませてあげる程度ですから、何も面倒はないと思います。お願いできますか？すぐに戻りますから。
わかったわ。
さて、それじゃあ行きましょうか。
It honestly wouldn't surprise me at this point. It really wouldn't.
いいの？
何が？
My blood sugar's fine. I haven't felt any form of anxiety whatsoever so far, so.
だって小出さんは。
I am hungry, though. I will say that. She was Captain Sakashita's partner. If her leader were to find out Kazuki had been ordering her friend around, I had the feeling things might get ugly again.
いいんじゃない？彼女、することもなくて暇そうだったし。
I hate it here. There, now the timer is on. Ooh, well.
こんな状況だし、することがないとサボっているようで気まずいでしょうしね。
God damn it, ooh, well.
そっか。
What piercing is that, Uwu? I'm confused. What? I've never heard of that, Uwu. Our supply of food was limited and shrinking, Uwu. Under the circumstances, idle hands could be seen as a drain on our resources, Uwu. The sick and injured had no choice, but for those of us still healthy, there wasn't much excuse for being anything less than proactive, Uwu. Koide Senpai's partner, Captain Sakashita, was currently off investigating the area with Mr. Ochi, Uwu. Why hadn't they taken Koide along on their survey, Uwu? Did they simply decide she would have slowed them down, Uwu? I couldn't think of any other reason they would have just ditched her here, Uwu. Male teacher. student, desperation. Ooh, woo.
ねえ、和樹はどう思う？
そうね。ただ単に小出さんのことが気に入らないんじゃないかしら。
どうして？
ここに来た初日に怪我人の治療をするために私は小出さんにお湯を沸かしてくださいってお願いしたでしょ。
うん。
それで小出さんは部長の許可をもらわずにペットボトルのミネラルウォーターを勝手に使ってしまったの。そのことで部長が怒ったら小出さんはだって風見さんがやれって言ったからと答えちゃったのね。
I know.
ああ、つま
God
り
damn it, Uwu.
部長より和樹の言葉を優先したのが気に入らないと。
そういうこと。何の疑問もなく私の命令に従ってしまった小出さんは部長の中ではもう私の審判として認識されているのかもしれないわね。
そんな、この非常時にそんなこと。
言ってる場合じゃないのは部長も分かっているとは思うけれど仕方がないわよ。女の子ってそういうものでしょ。
You give yourself a fuck, Uwu.
まあね。
Female friendships tend to be power-based, Uwu. Specifically, when girls choose their friends, they pick someone they think of as inferior, Uwu. A girl inferior in academics, Uwu. A girl inferior in appearance, Uwu. A girl inferior at sports, Uwu. Anything will do, as long as they're a clear inferior in some respects. We can graciously and confidently allow them to become our friend, Uwu.
せっかくお友達になってあげたのに私よりその子がいいならその子とお友達になればいいじゃないってそんな感じなんじゃないかしら。
でもそれを言ったら他の子たちは
Thank you for the
なんだかんだ言
hydrates.
っても結局みんな和樹の言うことを聞いてるじゃない。
I say that in between sips, Uwu.
私の言うことを聞いているというのとは少し違うんじゃないかしら。何か行動を起こそうという時は言い出した人間が責任者になるわけだし、現状を維持しようという保留案を提示した私に成り行きで同意しているだけじゃない？
そうかな。やっぱりみんな和樹のこと天才だって思ってるし、従っていれば間違いないって思ってるんじゃ。
だから人に天才だって言われるのは嫌なんだってば。私を羨ましいなんて思わないことね。天才になんかなったところで得られるのは賞賛じゃなくて敵意
She's
と嫉
not
妬
wrong
だけ
about
よ。
that one, Uwu.
そういうもの？
ええ、そう。私に友達がいなかった理由はそれよ。あなたが我慢強い子で助かるわ、アマネ。
どういたしまして。というか和樹本当に友達いなかったんだ。
Well, with a pretentious personality and coming off as being an ice queen, it's probably hard for her to make friends, Uwu. Well, she definitely didn't have the most outgoing personality, Uwu. I couldn't picture her going out and trying to make a friend, Uwu. I'd spent most of 3 days glued to her by now, but if not for that accident, it was hard to imagine we would have ever gotten to know each other like this, Uwu.
そのとっつきの悪さと遠慮知らない口ぶ
Uwu
りと
counters over.
人を小バカにしたような態度を直せば友達できると思うよ。
それは私に別人になれと言っているようなものじゃないかしら。
まあそうなるかな。
今さら私の性格が変わったらむしろみんな気持ち悪いって言うんじゃないかしら。
寂しくないの？
今はあなたがいるし、それに弟がいるからそれほど寂しいとは思わないわね。
和樹、弟なんているの？
I mean, you really don't know each other very well, so, you know, to...
ええ、いるわよ。
やっぱりあれ和樹に似てるの？
似ているかと聞かれればあまり似てい
Oh,
ない
if
わ
only
ね。
she knew.
あの子は私と違って母親にだから。そうね。優しいだけが取り柄みたいなところがあって。
Oh my god, she has a brother! I had no idea!
へえ、やっぱりその子も頭いいの？
どうかしら。バカではないとは思うけれど、変に生真面目で不器用だし、私の弟って時点でどうしても比較されてしまうし、ちょっと頑張った程度じゃ誰も認めてはくれないのよね。そのことでは随分と悩んでいるみたい。
そっか。
Not surprising, I guess. Kazuki would be one incredibly hard act to follow. Everyone would naturally be expecting great things of her brother. Held up against the standard of his elder sister, the best achievements of a normal person would seem commonplace. At most, you could hope for a tepid, just what I'd expect from Kazuki's brother. But any minor mistake would get you a disappointed look. That might as well be saying, are you really related to that genius? I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy.
なんかちょっとかわいそうかも。
同情はやめてあげて。
Sibling comparisons
あ
are
の子
real.
がますます惨めな思いをするから。
ごめん。
確かにあの子に失望する声も多いし、それは両親ですら例外じゃない。でも私はあの子がとても大事だし、あの子をとても愛しているわ。それでいいのよ。たとえ世界中があの子を嫌っても、私が誰よりもあの子を愛している事実は変わらないのだから。
偏ってるな。相手は弟なんでしょ？
Oh, there was so much of it going on in mine, it's ridiculous.
そうかしら。まあ確かに変質している自覚はあるけれど、弟に甘い姉というのも別に珍しくはないでしょ。
Especially between my sister and I.
甘い？和樹が甘い？
I'd always viewed Kazami Kazuki as something like a walking beaker of acid in a school uniform. Sweet struck me as the single least appropriate adjective you could possibly apply to her.
そんなに驚くようなこと？弟なんだから可愛がるのは当たり前でしょ。これでも一応優しいお姉ちゃんのつもりなのだけれど。
Wow. I wasn't even talking about attitudes or behaviors. It was more in terms of academics and personality. What the fuck, Dag?
似合わない。全然似合わない。びっくりするぐらい似合わない。
God damn it. Kazuki, the girl who'd probably take one look at the classic abandoned puppy in a cardboard box on a rainy day. Tell it, fate is cruel, I suggest you curse the heavens, and then walk right off without batting an eyelid? Kazuki, of all people, a doting big sister? I impulsively pulled my cell phone out of my pocket and checked the date.
あれ？今日は4月1日じゃないよね。
あなた、失礼にも程があるわよ。私だって人間だもの。弟を可愛がりもするし、弟が落ち込んでいれば不器用ながらも慰めようと試みることぐらいはするわ。
Wait, second and third games, what? There's a second and third? I really should read out, though. Kazuki was such a dry-eyed, tough-minded person, I guess I figured she was above any form of deep emotional attachment. To be honest, I could easily imagine her looking down on her newborn brother in a hospital incubator, muttering something like, "What do you think you're doing? I don't recall giving you permission to be born. You've thrown off my plans." Well...
今とんでもなく失礼なことを考えていない？
ないないないない。
I don't remember him hinting about it. My brain's failing me. When Kazuki fixed those inky blank eyes on me, it felt as though she was glaring right through my skull and into my thoughts. Flustered, I shook my head in denial.
ねえ、弟さんってそんなに可愛いの？
No, I didn't know.
そうね。思わずキスしたくなるぐらい可愛いわ。
へえ。
Hearing all this was getting me a little interested in seeing him for myself.
実際何度かキスをしたけれど、何度しても飽きないわね。
I had my other alarm going off, my bad. Given into temptation? Kissing her brother? On the cheek or something, right? I didn't have any brothers, so I didn't quite get it, but maybe that wasn't too out of the ordinary for a close pair of siblings.
本当に可愛いわ。
Somehow the smile on Koski's face didn't seem particularly innocent. Even for a close pair of siblings, no, especially for a close pair of siblings. Wasn't that a little abnormal? Just what was this girl doing to her brother?
どうかした？あなた、顔が赤いわよ。
さ、今ここで私が道徳を解き始めたらあなた笑う？
I know! I'm so invested in this right now. I really should save here though. I'm hungry. And I have some things to take care of too. So I think we're gonna go ahead and pick this up next week. Hello, Hungry! How are you? I made like little like mini chicken meatballs in like a mushroom gravy and added vegetables to it, having that over a bed of buttered noodles. Yeah, I'd be going against anything and everything that involves self-care if I did not get up and go eat something. So, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up here for tonight. Don't make me hungry at 1 a.m. I'm sorry. Okay, let me see if we can rate everybody out too. Why are we quitting?
Been denied. You may submit your request again in 365 years. Thank you for your service with us. Policy written.
I said nothing right. You know what? I don't get the chance to read into her. We're gonna go say hello to L&D tonight. She's playing some Raft right now. And I believe, yeah, she's doing a co-op stream, not co-op, but like a co-stream right now. The pussycat woman must feed. Wow. But no, we're gonna go say hello to lesbian next door. Oh, hi Peggy. How are you? But yeah, like I said, I don't get the chance to read in her very often since our stream times have the tendency to overlap. But, you know. Oh no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Whether you're lurking or actively speaking in chat, it doesn't matter to me. I appreciate it either way, so don't worry about it. But yeah, let's go say hello to L&D. She banned. Huh? Did you ever like say anything in her chat or something? I have no idea. And unfortunately there's not really much that I can do about it because, you know, it's not my community and not my stream, so I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know either. I'm confused. So let me go ahead and get these raid messages going. You'll be saying hello to your bed. Yes, go get some sleep. It's super late. But yes, we're gonna go say hello to my good friend L&D tonight. If you're subscribed, use the first raid message. If you aren't, please use the second one. I will not be on tomorrow. I'm actually gonna be taking tomorrow off because I have some stuff that I need to catch up on. I will be back on Thursday. Let me get our raid going. Actually, there we go. That actually works. Yeah, it would work if yeah. But yeah, like I was saying, I will not be on tomorrow. I'll be back on Thursday. I'll be jumping back into more of the Evil Within. I figured we'd do it on Thursday so that way we can get a little bit further into it versus the last stream. Plus, I've been having a lot of fun with it. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out this afternoon. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully... oh, this kills me because I wanted to continue with the Fruit of Grisaia tonight, but time constraints, unfortunately. But we'll pick this up again next week. But yes, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your nights. Have a wonderful day tomorrow, and I'll see you all again on Thursday at 5:30 p.m. EST. Or on Discord, whichever. But until then, take care of yourselves, and I will see you all later. Good night, everyone.